Hey, everybody. Well, actually, let's see. I got to fix my camera. There's so much I got to do. Let's just make sure the audio works here. So I'm going to wait till I hear it on my phone here in about 10 seconds. But how are y'all doing? It's been a minute. And let's see. 3, 2, 1. And then we're going to hear it in a second. Looks like audio is working. Fantastic. Awesome. We're off to a great hitch or a great start. A great thing, man. How are you guys doing? It's been a minute since we streamed. I was out in Georgia filming a movie. Let's see. I just want to fix this a little bit as well. Let's see. I also got notes. Somebody told me while I was out there, like, you got to fix your webcam. It's so low quality. So I'm going to look into it. I got this like cheapo webcam right now. I used to stream with like a Blackmagic Pocket 6K, which was really excessive, but I might go back to trying to do something like that. Because I think the quality is really nice, and I still have the camera. It's right over there. It's just the whole setup is like a bit excessive, and I was using like a 50mm lens, so the camera had to be like way back, and that was back when I streamed at my work, and I didn't want to drive to my work over the weekend. It was a whole thing. But anyways, we are jumping back today, guys, into a new CG render. Today we're going to be jumping in on a Game of Thrones shot. I was watching House of the Dragon last night, and then, I was like kind of inspired, and I was like, you know what? I want to kind of do like a Game of Thrones type of render. And so obviously the ice wall came to mind, and I thought that would be really fun to do. Of course, if you guys have any recommendations on renders you guys would like to see in the future, you can join our Discord. Link is in the description right below. Let's see if I can, if I press... Gotta get my shortcuts down here. This is the render we will be doing today. But real quick, if you guys go on to the YouTube video and then just scroll down in here, we've got our join our community. We've got a Discord. We also have a Patreon if you guys want to help support the channel. And in there, you guys can put your recommendations for renders you guys would like to see. And then, of course, on our Patreon are all the project files of every render we do. And we do these CG renders. And I think we're back on Tuesday with going back to a VFX compositing stream. But yes, you can help support the channel by joining the Patreon, and you can get all the videos weekly uploaded early, like 1 week early. So, but that's all just a bit of advertisement, shameless plugging right there. We're going to jump into the render. Today, we're going to create this guy, which is our Game of Thrones like ice wall shot that we're going to do. So we got a little bit of mountains here in the foreground. This is all like decently in the distance, and honestly, this image is super low quality. But we're going to have to kind of use a bit of our imagination. I might Google some more Game of Thrones like reference images so that way we can build out this base camp a little bit better. But I figured first week back, we might as well start with something a little bit more simple, nothing too crazy. So that's what we're going to do. And as per usual, we're going to do this inside of Blender. So I already loaded up kind of like a bit of a scene with a cube and whatnot. And yeah, but before we do that, how you guys doing? You're fine, key sign at. That's awesome. Thanks for joining the stream. It's awesome to see a bunch of you guys already back. I was kind of concerned. I've been gone for so long. I was like, oh, we'll see if anybody jumps on the stream. But like, it's been a pretty minute since we've been back. I was over in Georgia shooting a movie. I was a VFX supervisor on set. We were making sure that they shot all the plates correctly on the set. And all of that fun stuff. So that was a great time. I will say this, very humid. Holy cow. Super humid. I felt like I had a layer of sweat on me the entire time I was there. It was like I would take a shower, I would get out of the shower, and I would feel like I needed to take a shower again almost instantaneously. Not used to that. Not that's not my normal feeling that I have. I'm also the kind of guy that likes to wear long sleeves all the time, even when it's hot outside, because here in California, it's kind of dry heat, which means that you can kind of like wear a sweatshirt and then feel, I don't know, you'd feel warmer, but like you're comfortable also. I don't know. I like to wear sweatshirts. Did you see they're filming Superman in Georgia? Yes. Actually, I think I had a friend that went over to the set while they were filming, because that was happening right when we were there, actually. So I think a buddy of mine actually got to go over to the set. I was too busy to go over there personally, but no, I did hear that they're filming Superman over in Georgia, and that was pretty cool. I wish I had time. I was just a little too busy, but yeah. Hey, how's it going? I'm doing great. I'm doing great. As I said, I just got back. I actually flew back yesterday, and so today we're back on the grind. We're doing the stream again today. I'm really excited. I got some rest. I got back around noon yesterday, and the rest of the day I kind of just like chilled. I was like, I'm gonna take a rest here for a moment before I like really get back into it, because we have to start jumping on a lot of the visual effects on the film, and they're still editing right now, but there's a little bit of like pre kind of work that we can do for setup. So we're like building the CG environments and doing a lot of the simulation work, which is not based off of the edit for a lot of the visual effects shots. It's stuff that we can do before we do that. So we'll have all the CG environments that we have to create, and that's not based off of anything editorial, but we kind of know the CG worlds that we have. We have all the photo scans of the actors that have to be cleaned up, and that all takes time. So we can do that right now while the edit is being locked. And then once the edit's locked, we can start working on the actual visual effect shots with like tracking and rotomation and doing all of the official kind of like keying and like animation / visual effects of everything. But yeah, so right now is a little bit of a nice break, a nice little pause before the crazy whirlwind of everything kind of happens. And yeah, so that's how I'm doing. I think we're just living the dream right now, you know, and just taking our time. Love from Bangladesh. Awesome. Well, hello to everybody in Bangladesh. That's what time is it in Bangladesh? I'm going to set up my viewport display right here. We're just going to set the pass through just so we can get our camera here. And then as usual, guys, we're just going to go ahead and set up our scene and get everything kind of lined up, I think. Actually, almost want the camera to be moved up. Find the ground plane a little bit and get everything kind of lined up there. But I hope you guys had a productive month. You know, for me anyways, I felt like I was very productive. I just wish I did set up like a streaming thing that I could have done in Georgia. It's just, I don't know. I just felt like it wasn't the correct setup. And then every time I thought I would have time to do stuff, I just didn't. It was like there was always like something to do, even on the weekends. Then, you know, you'd get exhausted after a long day of working. So I was working, you know, 12-hour days. It was about an hour drive to the film set and then an hour drive back. So, you know, it was a bit of a drive, and I just, you know, so that's like a 14-hour day right there already. I'm going to kind of set up the wall here, which we're mostly just going to use a cube right now for lining everything up. It's just, get the placement of everything down. Move that further away. Something like that should be fine. And honestly, a wall is so easy to model. You just have to like, it's basically just a cube, which we'll use a displacement map on later. I think the only thing I do need to worry about is the camera end distance here needs to be farther. So we'll just do that. Good old big scenes, you know? Just stretch that all the way over to the other side here. But yeah, long days, and then on the weekends, you know, it's just, you kind of just want to do nothing. I did try to golf while I was there, which, by the way, phenomenal golf courses in Georgia. So if any of you guys are into golfing, definitely recommend it. I'm going to rotate that a little bit more this direction. But I didn't get to golf as much as I wanted to. I only golfed 2 days while I was there. Hey Connor, did you see the color management stuff? Which color management stuff are you referring to? Tell us more about your experience on set. What color management? And I'll get onto that key sign. I can chat a little bit about that. Guys, look, I already modeled the whole wall. Look at that. The whole wall's already finished. Flatten this out a little bit, or make it a little bit thicker. Did I meet some new people? I did meet some new people. A lot of great new people. A lot of people on set that I didn't know before. I hadn't worked with the director before. He was fantastic. Really amazing guy. And then I've worked with the producers before mostly, as well as the writer and kind of like that production arm of things. But all of the crew were new to me. I hadn't worked with them before. But fantastic, really professional people. There's the chat window. Do I have a chat window? What are we talking about? Oh, you didn't have your chat window up or something. But yeah, no, for the most part, everybody was kind of new to me. I hadn't met any of them before. We had production meetings and such like that, but you know, other than that, I hadn't met anyone. Do I get to, if I select this and then do this, I can press Control C? No. I was trying to copy the coordinates. I could just do it this way. Or, no, that's the location, which I did not mean to do. We need to copy the rotation. That's what I was trying to do. And then, yeah, I mean, let's see. Let's grab this. And for the most part, this will be like the area in which the elevator system is going to be at. I'm kind of just placing it there for the location of it more so than anything. And then we can kind of clean up a lot of the details and add in a lot more stuff than before. No, but Hasselhoff, well, what color management stuff are you chatting about? Is it like new stuff in Blender, or are you talking about the Discord color management stuff? I, for the most part, am running in ASYS-CG right now, the color management workflow that I'm using. Just because that works with inside of my Nuke plus Blender workflow, where I can do both stuff. And then also it works great because I use the same exact color management settings inside of Houdini. And so that way between the three softwares, I can do everything I need to. Okay, so this ladder system, let's see if we can find like a higher res. Game of Thrones ice wall. That's the photo that I found. Let's see if we can find the elevator system. Just want to look up some reference photos specifically of that. So that's like the cart in which people get in. Do I need to do a Houdini stream? I don't want to do a Houdini stream. I feel like I don't know enough about Houdini to really do a stream about it. And so it'd really just be me like Googling the entire day on how to do stuff. Because that's how I am sometimes with softwares. It's like I'll just Google. And I'm like a professional Googler. I think that's what it comes down to, you know? Like if you know how to Google, you can do anything you want in life. So I'm like a professional Googler. Is this, that's a good image right here. Let's open that up. So it's got like these like kind of like side wood pieces with every now and then like some crisscrosses. I like that. But I feel like everybody is professional Googlers. Like any person that codes or whatever they do these days, like you have to know how to Google stuff because things change so quickly. I mean, I don't know. It's either that or reading documentation, right? Like, because there's no other way to really get on top of every update and patch release that comes out. You already know I don't know how to read. So, I'm joking. Or am I? Let's move this down. I'm just going to create like these thick kind of like beams that are going up. To be fair, this is probably really thick pieces of wood here, right? Let's scale everything down. If we Alt-S scale it, then we can scale it just like inward like that. I think that works really well for me. And so let's grab this. You've seen teaching myself Nuke the past few days, and I literally just direct search the forums at this point. Yeah, and by the way, I know AI is like a real hot topic or anti everybody hates it type of thing, but one recommendation I would have, I was doing some Houdini simulation stuff last week, and I couldn't find the answers to some of my questions on any forums, but ChatGPT, you can like paste your nodes basically into it, and it can help you with some of your problems that you have. I found that incredibly useful. And again, I know that it's more of like a hot, everybody doesn't like ChatGPT or any type. Well, AI just has like a big negative stigma on it. But using it as kind of like this professional, like search engine type thing, I think is the best use case of AI right now. I'm going to duplicate this and move this over. And so now we've got like our double beam kind of going up the side here. Oops, not that browser. I need this browser. Here we go. And basically these two beams here, and then the wood that goes around it. Hello guys, hello Connor. Good to see you again. Hey, welcome back then. Oh, Kaisido. You're fine with AI? Yeah, I'm not against it. I'm just saying that for the people that are against it, I feel like you can use that to I feel like even anybody, I'm just saying anybody would be able to see the use of using that part of AI. I think AI is a great help to learning, but also for stuff that I think it's great for map painting type things, which I'm going to do anyways, but it just makes my life a little bit easier using it as a tool. And I think that's the way I like to view it, is it's a tool, and works really well that way. Okay, let's go ahead and take this thing. We're going to duplicate this over here. Now, does this need to pop out? I feel like it needs to. So we have two sections, because it's the whole elevator width basically is how the elevator shaft is. So we have these guys here. Let's just move them out to roughly there, should be fine. And then let's take everything, and then we're going to duplicate it inwards towards the edge of the wall here. I almost want to duplicate this whole thing, and let's move that down. Great. And now do the same thing here. So that way we got a bit of a back wall. Connor, did you see all the drama with Adobe? Does that stuff affect you or the people you work with? What is the drama with Adobe? I guess I hadn't seen it. Been a little bit out of the loop. This last month I was out filming a movie, so I've been off the internet for the most part on a lot of that. Anything I should know about? I will say the biggest problem a lot of people have with AI right now doesn't necessarily affect me personally. Not yet anyways. I'm sure it will eventually, but the stuff that AI does is it doesn't remove jobs. Okay, let's back up here. AI doesn't completely replace the idea of an artist. What it does is it speeds the workflow of creating art, and it allows artists to do things much quicker, which means that you can have a single artist that does the job of like 10 artists. And already that was kind of possible. Think about how like Blender itself as a software has completely revolutionized the entire VFX industry. Because now anybody can do stuff inside of, Blender that they weren't able to do necessarily before if they couldn't afford Maya. That's kind of like the way I view a lot of this AI stuff, is that it's basically, I always said it democratizes visual effects, where it allows less visual effects artists to accomplish the thing that more visual effects artists would normally need to do. Like to do Marvel level visual effects. I use Marvel level visual effects as kind of like this definition of what like crazy VFX is. I think that's what AI is doing. And that scares artists that work on big teams, I think, more than it would scare me, because I already do a lot of visual effects as a solo operator. And if you're doing that, then I think like that's not going to really, change too much of your workflow or my workflow. If anything, it allows me as an artist to do bigger, better stuff on my own time, which I kind of like personally. Like, I think the interesting thing about the Sora AI thing that came out was that, because that was the big one. I think Sora itself isn't actually that great yet. I mean, it probably will be, but one of the things that I think came out, I don't know if you guys saw this or not, but Sora AI that wasn't actually as good as what they were showcasing inside of all those videos. It was all touched up by other visual effects artists and, like created to look, super clean and stuff like that. But it was just like a promo for their tech. So they just kind of did that. And that's not necessarily super honest. Although, I don't care. I'm not an investor for their company. I will say when Sora like first released their stuff, that was pretty crazy. I was like, oh, looks like, I'm about 6 months away from not having a job. I mean, I don't know how true it is to say that I wouldn't have a job, because I think like people like me that are already kind of like solo operators on like a whole visual effects shop would probably still retain our work, because we would then just start using the AI. Although maybe is an interesting thought that, directors or producers or whoever it is might actually just try to do it themselves. They won't ask for artists to do things at all. And I think that could be a concern as well. Adobe established a terms of service according to which everyone you create can be used. Oh, everything you create can be used around the world without asking permission. Oh, I did hear about that. That is interesting. I would imagine like whether or not it affects anybody I know. It's like, yeah, I mean, it affects anybody that uses Photoshop, right? Honestly think that in 5 to 6 years, all the drama will cool off and most professionals in all industries will use AI in some way. No, that's totally true. I mean, it's like saying, like there was a lot of heat around digital art when digital art first came out versus traditional hand-painted art. Not saying it's the same thing, but it's pretty close. Okay, so now we got like this, like kind of like wood, like pieces that are going all the way up. But yeah, I mean, even that would then technically even affect me, if that's your question, whether or not it would affect it. Of course, it would affect anybody that uses any Adobe software. I use Adobe for everything that I do. I'm going to actually just add this in here so I can just focus on this. And then we got to figure out, let's see, so we've got like these kind of like wood chunks that are going up. I almost want before that array happens. Let's try this. So this is duplicating it every like 73 on the Z. Let's add another array in before any of this happens. And make that 0. We're just going to add that second piece here. And then now we have to just change our distance on this guy. Something like that could be fine. And then we'll just remove the excess top. Or if we keep 14, what was the distance? Let's try something like that. So now it's like we got these two chunks that are going all the way up. When did I start using Nuke for compositing live stream? Well, I started using Nuke maybe 3 or 4 years ago. And then I started doing the compositing streams. I don't know, what was it, guys? Like 5 months ago, 4 months ago now? Time has flown by, but I have only been streaming for about 6 months. Or, wow, actually way more than that now, right? Because I think my first live stream was back in August of last year. So we'll do now some X's like this, which will have like these kind of like boards behind it. This is all like detail I feel like no one's going to see. But sometimes that's the most fun detail to add in there. Let's change the rotation here, so that way it's just following the same orientation of everything. Just kind of make this thinner, and I should be fine. Something like that. Maybe a little thicker even. You're new to Nuke? Nuke is awesome. I love Nuke. I might actually be doing a, well, maybe I shouldn't talk about this yet. Although they didn't say I couldn't talk about it. But I am going to be doing a little bit of a partnership with them here pretty soon, actually. Soon as we get the, some paperwork signed. So I might be doing like a live stream with them or something like that here soon. But no, I love Nuke. So I used to be in After Effects main was like the software that I used. And I changed that back about 3 years ago. And did not look back. I think Nuke is just so good. Like the power that you have using the software. I'm going to bevel some of this real quick. We'll do... Actually, before we bevel it, here's the problem. What we need to do is I'll duplicate this whole thing, and then let's just... Can we not... Let's see, rotate it on the Y-axis here, 180 degrees? No. Rotate it on the... Well, I need to rotate it if I can. Something like that. But what I want to do now is just chop this out of this whole thing. Hey, yo, Veeth, welcome to the live stream. Yes, with Foundry. That's the plan anyways. I'm going to... Okay, let's duplicate this whole thing here. I'm going to scale this slightly up. Just ever so slightly. Not by a lot. We'll call this bool value here. And then let's select this cube here. And then add in a boolean. And we're just going to select that boolean there. And then apply it. So now our boolean we can delete. So now we just got like this other cube here. But the great thing is now if I select this guy and we bevel everything, just bevel it ever so slightly, it'll bevel up against that edge. And so now if we take this and then we bevel this, it'll bevel that edge as well. And so now we've got both of these kind of like, you know, pieces of wood bolted into each other like so. But yeah, I mean, I can talk about some of the stories about what happened on set. I got to play a dead guy in the film. So I got like a little, I mean, you're not going to know it's me unless I tell you it's me, because I'm a body double in the film. So, one of the actors that is a little bit more famous, wasn't there for one of the days that he was being rolled away on a gurney. And so I got to play that. I'm not going to tell you which actor it is or anything like that until after the film's out, but that's my fun story right there. That doesn't happen every day. Right, where's these bolts going to go? I think also let's just grab this whole thing and just bring it out slightly. And then we'll add in another cube as well that we can just paste our rotation on. But yeah, they were looking for someone that looked roughly the same, like, you know, size and stature of the person because they were going to be under a blanket and they didn't have a dummy. So I was the dummy. So I didn't realize that's what they were call me. They were saying I was a dummy. No, it was just fun. And it's not something that I usually ever get to do. So I was like, hell yeah, I'll do that. All I had to do was lay there and pretend like I was dead. So your name will appear twice in the credits? I don't actually know. We were joking that I would get like, credited for it. I don't think I'm going to. I'm not going to cry if I don't get credit. I don't think so. Do body doubles get credited in credits? I don't think they do. Maybe they do. Maybe they do. I actually don't know. Imagine a body doubles usually are uncredited, but hey, you never know. I have, where they put like all the stunt doubles and stuff like that? I would imagine it would go there. Just move this down a little bit. There we go. It's okay if this isn't perfect. They have to? Oh, they only have to, I think. Well, actually, technically speaking, by the way, they don't have to credit anybody. I think unless it's like in your contract, which I did not have a contract for acting. I don't act, guys. I did in college, but that was a long lost art. Long lost time, guys. No more acting for your boy. I'm not a good person in front of a camera, I don't think. This mug doesn't need to be seen. And that's why I think I played that part perfectly. I was not seen because I was under a blanket. Okay, and then that's good for that. Let's just duplicate this thing over to this side here while we're at it. That's pretty cool. So now we've got that, and then let's just duplicate this on the, or rotate this on the y-axis like so. And that should kind of like line up all the edges to whatever the board is. Yeah, I don't know if they have to credit people or not. I don't think you have to credit a body double. It doesn't, like, I don't, like, you don't credit like those people, right? I mean, you're kind of just dead. Because otherwise they would credit like everybody, and like, you know how The Walking Dead had like all the zombies? I don't think the zombies got credited, did they? I could be wrong on that, but I'm fairly certain zombies weren't credited in The Walking Dead. Oh, gotcha. So I'm going to have to rotate this to be like this. It'll be on IMDb as uncredited. I guess that you're right. I could add it to my IMDb for sure. Because, like, I mean, I'm uncredited as, like, a VFX artist in shows that I've worked on. When I did Ted Lasso, I wasn't credited on that. It's like one of those things where you kind of just, like, get credited with the studio that you work on, but you're not really credited as, like, an artist, like, on the show. There's one bolt, and I guess what we'll do is I'll just duplicate this over here, and there we go. So now I got 2 bolts on all of the sides of the wood, and then once we do this, we can actually add this into like a collection, and then or as a single object and array it upwards, I think. I don't see, can I grab this on the... Sure, I guess. I don't know. But some of the cool stuff I got to do while I was on set is we got like full-blown like high-quality HDRI imagery of the lighting reference for any CG assets that we add. I can't tell you what we're doing in CG, but I will say the process in which we did to capture the stuff was super cool. I think they filmed a BTS, well, we filmed one. I don't know if it'll ever be released or anything like that, but we filmed like a BTS like thing on how we captured the HDRI imagery and what we were using it for. And if they ever release that stuff, I'll link it to you guys in the Discord, but that was really cool. It showed a little like behind the scenes of like how and why we do what we do, and what it's used for. I ended up using a like a DSLR camera. I think we used the Canon 70D, which was decently high quality, and captured the HDR photos like one at a time. It had like this rotating like ninja head that would capture it with like an 8mm lens, and stitched it together in PT GUI to create like really high quality HDRs. I think they were 18K resolution, which isn't as high as like, I mean, some of the stuff that I've seen online, holy cow, but it was super high quality and worked great. I've already done some like test shots with that stuff. And guys, I will say high quality HDRIs are worth it. They certainly make your CGV effects look really good. Just like really blends it into the scene and the world that you're at. And it like seamlessly integrates the stuff. Because we have what we did is we did photo scans of the actors. So I got like these perfect photo scans, and I used the DSLR camera for that as well, so that way we could get like all the pores and everything just like super high detail. And then from there we added that into the into those CG environments with the HDRIs. And honestly guys, you can't tell whether or not it's CG or not. Works pretty great. But that's using Polycam, and PT GUI was the software in which we used for the stitching of the 360 photos, or the DSLR photos, to create the 360 image. And those were all done in HDR, because we shot all the photos. It was like 7 different photos all at RAW, like on the camera. So that way we would have this huge basis of what the high dynamic range was. Let's join all of this together. And so now we've got ourselves like this wooden chunk piece here, guys. I don't even know what this is called. Crosswood? I'm just calling it crosswood just so that I know what it is. Let's add an array now. Oh my gosh. Why is it going that direction? Oh, do I need to apply... Yeah, let's apply all transforms. And now if I add an array in... Oh god. Well, the Z still works. That's fantastic. How often do these X's happen on this, like... setup? I mean, I guess it's super far. I mean, you've got 2 sets of that first. Oopsies. I don't need to open up Task Manager. Not yet. We haven't crashed the system yet. Guys, I feel like when using arrays, one of the dangers is that it feels kind of duplicative. Well, mostly because it is. Yeah, the setup was pretty nice. And then one of the cool things that I R&D'd before we went and filmed, and I'll share a lot more BTS stuff when I can. More specifically, I'll probably put it up on the Patreon, a lot of the BTS stuff, like how we've been doing like with Bad Omen BTS stuff. But we did this really cool setup with a 360 camera where we shot a lot of like with diopters, like on the lenses, where the camera shot really close to the face. And so you can't have 3D tracking markers behind anybody in those particular cases. So there was this really cool method in which we used the 360 camera to capture tracking data on top of the camera. And then we'll be syncing that with the regular shot. So we will track the 360 camera and then use the proper kind of like displacement setup, where a parented camera from the same angle is then attached to the 360 track. And we did some tests beforehand, and that worked tremendously well. I'm very excited to use that as our method going forward for a lot of the tracking stuff we're doing. But yeah, I mean, all that stuff I kind of want to share more in depth. So we have a lot of BTS stuff. I don't know when I'm allowed to start sharing that, mostly because this isn't my film, obviously, so I can't just go out there and share whatever I want. I know a lot of this stuff is going to be shared on some different like news articles and whatnot, so once that does come out, I feel like I can share a little bit more of the BTS photos and whatnot of us doing those different things. Can I explain the process of creating a digidouble? Well, there's a lot of great videos out there already about it that I could point in your guys' direction. For the most part, the digidoubles is very similar to, well, it's just using Polycam for the most part. And that we're doing a little bit higher quality. So this is like a poor man digidouble. High quality, like photo scans, you know, where you do at these big visual effects houses. They'll have like, you know, 100 cameras set up inside of this huge ring light thing. And then you go take a photo of that. For us, we didn't necessarily have that. But what I could do was take a bunch of photos and have the actors kind of stand really still. And we would shoot it in kind of like an ambient lit kind of environment. So one of the locations of which we took a bunch of photos was out in like this, it was outside. There was like a lot of tree cover. So there was no like direct sunlight on the actress. And it was a little bit of an overcast day. It was like really perfect. And she just stood there still for about 5 minutes as I went around taking a bunch of photos of her. And that really kind of, it works really well for the type of digidouble stuff we need. Because we're not doing any reanimation of like, you know, the character's close up on the face or anything like that. I'm trying to figure out what the side of this elevator shaft would look like. Right? If anything, I almost want to add like another array here. At the very bottom, let's just set that to 0. And then and that's already better. And then we'll have like the elevator in here as well. It's a really bad wall, guys. If we just subdivide this a bunch of times here, the only problem is that we're getting a bunch of subdivisions on this as well. I think another easy way of doing this would be to add in a few edge loops to get roughly the same size at the top of the wall here. And then subdivide that. Oh, whoops. One more thing. Do the same here. Mostly what we want is like squares throughout. So you got like a square here that's roughly the same size as the square up here. So that's a little bit closer. And now if we subdivide everything, it'll all kind of like create squares on both the top and the side of roughly the same side. Is 50 millimeters enough for what? What are we talking about? A 50 millimeters would be like a lens, like how zoomed in a shot is. So like I have a 50 millimeter prime lens, but then you have to stand further away from your subject if you're holding that. Let's add a new material in here. I'm going to add in, let's see, clouds is what I want. And then let's go into our displace, and then we'll select our new material texture that we created over here. I shade smooth everything. That should be a little bit better. We can change the strength of this to be whatever we want. But overall, this is going to kind of give us our huge wall texture that we have. And we can change the scale of this to be whatever size we want it to be. I think we're going to do first like an overall big kind of ice chunk difference for digidoubles. So honestly, I used the default Canon lens of 18 to 55 millimeters, and that way I can zoom in and zoom out as I was going, because the lens, like focal length of your lens wasn't the important part of it. The important part was the how high quality the camera was. So like the resolution in which it was taking the photos at. You would want like 50 megapixels, which like MP, which would be the sensor size of your camera taking photos. That makes a difference. but the lens that you use itself is not the thing that's going to inherently to matter. Let's change that to be like that. I think that's good. And now we've got like this overall massive snow, and we'll add in some more displacement details to be a little bit different there. But now I can even just grab like a section of this, and just like our photo, we have like kind of like this chunk that goes down here as if like the ice on one part of the wall is a little bit more melted, or like it's building up over here. We can go into our editorials, our edit settings here, and then just turn on this proportional editing, and like I can grab stuff, and like if we just move this down a little bit, let's just grab this, and just gonna scale that up a little bit. Now we're gonna get like a little bit of chunks here, so don't want it to be too perfect. Would I use a fisheye lens? Well, I did use a fisheye lens for the 360 HDRIs that we were creating. I used an 8mm lens for that. Would I? But I wouldn't use that for digi doubles. No. I'll do a little bit of. Let's just kind of displace that a little bit there. I don't think I want it to go that far down, but I'm just adding a little bit of displacement to this stuff so it doesn't feel so flat. Which we're just going to do throughout. Just bulge out like certain areas, maybe primarily the ground, as if like it's not super flat on the top there. We could just kind of like clean out that edge there. I think maybe this, we could just have that go in a little bit as if the cabling was like dug away at that section. For the most part, just kind of like making it a little bit more natural for that whole environment. And there we go. Now we got ourselves like a nice ice wall, just using a few nodes, honestly. It's mostly this displacement mode that's doing the majority of the detail for us there. And then we can add in like our little bit of mountains that we want to have in the foreground here, just to give some depth to some stuff. But like this entire environment, honestly, is really straightforward. It's not anything crazy. And then we got like all these clouds that we have to add in. Let's go ahead and add in a landscape now. I'm going to move this a little bit closer to the camera here. Maybe scale everything up and then scale down on the Z axis. Just kind of move that a little bit over, and this is all going to be out of focus for the most part. I think we want something like that. Let's go ahead and save that. But yeah, I mean, we'll create kind of like a bit of a frosted top to the top of these like little mountains here. The other thing I might want to do is just make them a little bit sharper. These things tend to be a little bit low poly. So if we go ahead and subdivide that a little bit more, and then we add in a displacement modifier afterwards. Let's hit new. It's going to be using a new texture that we're going to create here. And this new texture, let's go ahead and just select something like clouds again, probably. Just change the size of the clouds to be extremely small. So if we just set that to 0, that should work. And then if we go back to our modifier, we can change the strength of this to be a lot smaller. So let's do like a 0.01 or a 0.03. Oops, I'm not typing that correctly. Let's go change the size here. I'm just trying to create little dots for the most part. So let's just add like a subdivide surface here. That's going to go before this. And that's going to give us even more little dots. Let's just add up a little bit more on the subdivide surface. That way it's got more vertices to work with. And then let's add another subdivide surface after this whole thing. It's going to kind of smooth everything out. And we'll just keep that at 1 for the render as well. And then our strength here, we can change this to be like a 0.01. And as you can see, that's kind of not adding in all of kind of like these bumps in the foreground here. But they're still a little large. Let's go over to our mapping here. Scale everything down a little bit more. Can we add another 0 on there? I don't think we can. Yeah, no, I don't think we can. But for our modifier over here, let's go ahead and change the... wonder if we go up to a 3, what does that do for us? This is going to crash our system. You know us. We like to crash our computers around here. Honestly, I like that a little bit better. Hi, for your information, you can just turn on snow, add on Blender, and then add snow easy way. I don't like the snow add-on all that much, personally. Right now, I'm just mostly adding displacement here, but I'm not a huge fan of the snow add-on. It looks like globs on top of the objects that you added on. But you are right. That is totally something we could do. Just for the most part, I'm just trying to add in like this detail myself on... Let's do it this way. 0.005. Like this. And then what we're going to use is normals on top of everything. The shader for the snow add-on is good. That is true. The shader is pretty good. No, I used the snow add-on back on a lot of our Christmas renders that we did. I think that surface right here works really well for the this little mountain plop that we're doing. So let's change that to a 3 as well. And we'll do the same thing over here. So I'm going to set this to a 3 and a 3, and then we will add in our... well, first of all, let's see. We've got the same cloud texture that we've got going on there. So let's just change the size. Oh! Whoopsies. Let's change this to texture 001. And then let's change this modifier here to a displace. And we'll just copy the same settings. So 0.005 with that specific texture. And then another subdivide surface afterwards. And that's just to add in the little bit of smoothness that we want to have. For the most part, I think that works really well. Oh, this is going to also be out of focus, so it's not like we're really going to be paying attention all that much to this area here. But I do like to have that detail on the actual physical objects of it, especially since I'm going to be using a rock texture with the normals of the top view specifically to shade the snow down on top of it. And yeah, let's go ahead and over here, let's add in an empty with the plane axis. Totally fine. This is going to be over at our, area in which we're going to build our elevator here momentarily. Let's just call this focus and go back to our camera. And now if we add in a nice little depth of field with our focus selected, I think our scaling is probably off in our world. We could fix that. This is how tall a person's supposed to be. It's roughly a cube. If we take everything here, except for this object, let's make it not selectable. So it unselect selected. Then if we scale everything down on our 3D cursor, I believe a cube is roughly the height of a person, like, if I remember correctly. Thank you for teaching. I just saw your channel. You're making crazy animation, or are you a professional? Am I a professional? Yeah, I like to think I am. I work in a studio in Burbank, and then we do a lot of visual effects there. I just started streaming about, I don't know, 6 months ago, because I thought it would be fun to practice doing some shots that I don't normally get to do, and I love doing kind of like Blender, like kind of scenes, creating scenes. So I've been trying to do that once a week. I am a professional 2D compositor is primarily what I do. I do a little bit of CG as well at the studio that I work at. And I just got back actually from shooting a movie in Georgia this last month, and I was a VFX supervisor on set there. Some of the biggest stuff I worked on like Ted Lasso and For All Mankind, and fun stuff like that. So to me, it's I think professional is an interesting question, because like I think anybody can be a professional as long as you get paid, right? I always thought that was like the determination of what professional is. So like as long as you make money off of doing what you're doing, then you're a bit of a professional. I'm going to scale everything up a little bit more. But yeah, I try to sneak Blender in as much stuff as I can. That's my mantra in life, is trying to do that, because a lot of studios don't use Blender primarily. They'll use Maya and Cinema 4D, and so now I like to use Blender for as much as I can. I think this scaling now is pretty close to accurate of what we're trying to do. I'm going to take this and then scale it down just so that it's not so big. Let's go to camera view here real quick. I want to select the camera. Oh, really? This environment's totally fine as well. But yeah, in college, I didn't study VFX. I'm like completely self-taught. I have an education degree to teach, and I never got into teaching. That wasn't. I realized, I think what's important in teaching is to. I didn't want to teach, but I wanted to have the skills to be able to teach, and that's what I found in like my college program that I did. And so when I do these live streams, it kind of brings back that little bit of teaching that I was able to do. What, you worked for All Mankind? Yes, I did that last year. Worked on the latest season. I'm going to turn on depth of field now not on this one actually. Let's turn off depth of field over here. I kind of want to see what this looks like on our screen now. So now you can kind of see that this is a little bit out of focus. I might even want it a little bit less. You love Blender, but you would love to see some more industry standard features. Sometimes it feels like Blender wants to be the quirky kid. For example, they could have added ACES and AGX. I agree. I don't know why Blender decided to go the AGX route on their color management, like new stuff that they're doing. I don't understand why they just didn't make it a ACES kind of like linear workflow. It would make more sense, because that's what everything else is. And it's like, it doesn't need to be, unique. And I think you're right. They do try to be a little bit quirky sometimes in the way that they do stuff. Where it's like, dude, I don't need you to be quirky. I just need you to work with my other software that I have. Especially when you're doing, I got to change my viewport settings here. Especially when you are going between a bunch of different softwares. Like I go between Nuke and Blender every single day. Like once I render this, I'm going to go straight to Nuke. I don't composite in Blender. And I think that's their problem, is they're like, well, hey, if you need a composite, just composite inside of Blender, because Blender has a compositor. I just don't think that compositing inside of Blender is that good. Professional, can you make a game or a 2-hour movie? I have made many 2-hour movies. I don't know. Is my IMDb linked in the description below? You guys can see some of the stuff that I worked on. I mean, you could just add ACES or AGX. AGX is technically better and some prefer it. This is another viewport transformation. I mean, well, AGX is already added. I use ACES, and you can see that inside of my... Actually, no, you can't. You guys can't see that? I use ACES already inside of my workflow here. And my sequencer transform is set to ACES CG, which I don't think you can really see that because it's behind my head. But no, I already do everything inside of ACES. But that's, again, primarily because I do go to other softwares. And I need it to play kindly. But I think you're right. I've seen your AGX breakdowns, Hasselhoff, on Discord. And I do like the way that it does transform things. The problem is that I don't need it to transform things nicely. I need it to play nicely inside of softwares. And that's a little bit different. I'm going to copy again the rotation axes here. So like when I see it inside of my viewport here, I need to be able to load it into my other software and it look literally exactly the same. And one of the problems I have is that I do things mixed with mixed media, such as like other cameras. And the AGX transforms don't account for that. Let's copy the rotation here as well. Study 3D art of the film. I mean, you could just add... Oh, you also said, or importing hair simulation with the attributes from Houdini was a pain. I also just like anything from Houdini, like its voxel issues are a little bit frustrating. Let's load this for the elevator here, and let's start creating that. Oh, I just realized I was scaling... Let's try this. Scale YY. I want to create the panels on the front of the elevator. It's full CG. It plays great in Nuke. If you're doing mixed media, you have to write your own OCIO. Yeah, and I think that's the problem, is that quite often I am doing mixed media. And like this stuff is not going to be mixed media, obviously. But in my day job, everything I do is mixed media. So... that's where it makes it slightly an issue. Oh, the Atlanta set looked cool? Yeah, I shared some stuff on Instagram while I was there. I didn't want to... I could only share so much, though, you know. So that's the person. Let's just build it to roughly the scale of a person. So I'm going to grab a cube here. Here's our person. The person's going to stand inside our elevator. All of you Europeans are going to be... I don't know what a meter is. A meter is roughly 3.7 feet? Is that what it is? .2 feet. Yeah, you're right. 3.2 feet. You got it faster than Google. So what? I need 2 meters, 1.5 meters, 1.8 meters. Yeah, 1.8 meters is fine. So let's see. How tall is 1.8 meters? I know I can turn on like my display of like lengths. I think I need to do that. Floor scale. If we just take this down here, I need to scale it 1.8. Or what did I say? Yeah, it was 1.8. Yeah, 1.8. So that needs to be scaled to 1.8. Can I do that easily? I feel like if I just take this and say to 3D cursor and then scale 1.8, does that work? That is roughly a person's height. Turn on crazy for you need to be in edge selection mode to see the edge length. It was so funny. I'm not in edge selection mode. Face orientations, attribute, motion tracking. I know there's a way to do this. It actually used to be different. You used to be able to just view it inside of the object mode, and then that was the way you could view like distances. Turn on Cravey so it looks good. Cravey? What is Cravey? Well, I know roughly that's the correct height. 1.8 is like 5'9", 5'10"-ish. And that's like the average height of like a male, I think. So if we do that, then we scale this here. We want that roughly to be the scaling of like a elevator, or like the bottom of the elevator. Let's go ahead and move that over to like roughly there. And we'll build out some panels. Let's make sure this is all set to medium point. So now I've got like my front probably cavity. Oh, you guys want me to turn on cavity, viewport cavity? Let's see. I could turn on cavity. What does cavity do for us? Animo dirty. What was it saying? Curvy or cravy? I turned on cavity. What does that do? Oh, I get you. Yeah, I could turn that on just so you guys could see everything a little bit better. I think that's one of the things that's hard sometimes with the live stream is that everything's just gray. And then set on both? Or you're saying bottom, but I imagine you're saying both. Whoa. I don't think we want it on both. Let's just keep it on screen. Okay, so that'll be like the... I realize now the width of this is definitely not the correct size. Because if that's a person there... I think we're going to need to select everything except for our dude. And then let's scale it all on the 3D cursor again. And that should be roughly the right size. I'm going to scale this down again. I don't know why I actually had that selected when I was scaling everything up. Great. You can use the measure tool in Blender under the annotation tool. Oh, is it under here? Polygon, line, annotate. Oh, the measure. Oh, that's dope. That actually works great. I'll be honest, I rarely ever touch any of this stuff. Mostly because in order for you to do it, you just really have to... I don't know, there's shortcuts for this, aren't there? I don't know. I don't use any of these gizmos. This is actually, you guys want to know, the biggest reason I don't use Cinema 4D or any of those softwares, or you can set on random on the viewport. I don't like random. I think it looks kind of... It's just a bunch of green, really. Honestly, is what mostly does. Just feel like it looks... I mean, we can do it. I don't really care. But look at this. This is the way most 3D softwares work, is you select the gizmo and then rotate your object through the gizmo. I like to rotate using, like, the shortcuts. Way freaking better. Like, I don't know. And a lot of other softwares don't have that. I'm going to select the camera here, and then we are going to change... I'm going to give myself a little more headroom here. It's like my face is always on the like front of the thing. I'm going to go to the camera here, and now let's change the end value to have like another 0 in there, just so we could see everything a little bit better. Perfect. Now our cube that we can't select, which is this guy, let's go ahead and delete him. I'll have to turn on selection to delete him. There we go. Let's get the front of this elevator a little bit better. You know what I could also turn on, and sometimes I do, is the shadow. Although this really slows your computer down, so you don't always want to run. Oh god. Oh god. But yeah, now it adds like pseudo shadows into your object mode, which I think is really cool. I don't know. To me, the amount of extra like computations that it has to do is just not worth it. Let's go ahead and look at our elevator here. So we're going to have like a piece of wood on the bottom. That's kind of like the ground area. Let's go ahead and do that. Just add that in there. We'll just change our rotation here to be roughly the same rotation. Let's change this to be roughly the correct... scaling. Well, let's see. That piece of the wood, does that go in front of the elevator or behind? Well, I guess the whole thing is actually supposed to be smaller. Something like that, maybe. And that should be fine like that. So that'll be the bottom, like, wood chunk. We'll just have that kind of like sitting on top of the ground. And this is our person. And then let's just grab this whole thing. And then bevel the edges a little bit. I need to bevel specifically the top. Do I have to apply the transforms first? I guess I could. All transforms and then bevel everything? Yeah, there we go. Now it does everything a little bit more evenly. So now we could shade that smooth. Not like we're seeing any of this. You see how far away this little speck of detail is that we're going to be adding in? It's like all the way down there. And then for the most part, now we just have to build out the front and all the pieces here. But hey, if any of you guys want these files, I do add these to the Patreon, so you guys will get this immediately after the live stream is over. So if you are not part of the Patreon, then, you know, go join the Patreon, guys. Also help support the channel. I was told like the other day that I needed to like promote my Patreon a little bit more. So here I am, shamelessly plugging away. Are you addicted to Blender? Do I look addicted to Blender? Please. Yeah, I'm a little addicted to Blender. I do like to mess around with it quite a bit. I mean, this is my hobby, so I'm just as addicted as anybody else would be. I'm going to actually make this its own object here. This will make everything a little bit easier. And if we go to wireframe, I could just select this whole top piece here. And then let's move this all the way up to the height of the elevator shaft. And we'll just go ahead and scale it out a little bit more. Yeah, I do find myself every now and then just messing around inside of Blender. Though that was like before I started streaming a lot. I think since I started streaming, that like messing around and just like trying to build scenes and stuff like that has turned into, you know, these streams. So now I do quite a bit of that just directly on stream rather than on my own time. Although I will say it's like every now and then, I mean, I'm sure you guys do this too. It's like you think of something and you're like, oh, I got to test that out. And so then you open up the software just to kind of mess with it. So that still does happen quite often. I'm going to take this whole thing here and then duplicate this to the other side. Cool. So now we've got like this front door area. We'll have to create like this chain kind of or cage-like effect. See that? Let's just duplicate this same thing to either side maybe, or we'll do... Let's duplicate this over here and then take overall, we'll scale everything down. That's pretty cool. I like that. With an array maybe. So like a 1.51. Congratulations on the 1.36. Oh, are we up to 1.36? Awesome. Thank you, guys. Hell yeah. We just broke. It's crazy. Like, I feel like we were just at 500 subscribers. Because I think we broke 1,000 at the beginning of the year. That's awesome. Thank you guys for being on the journey. I mean, this has been super fun. Like, I streamed a few years back, and you know how it is. Nobody's watching, and now it's just you guys are all just hanging out on the weekend. It's pretty great, awesome. It's great to be doing this in front of people and actually have people to chat to. So thank you guys for sharing and all that. I think I need 1 million subscribers, dude. I need to hit like 10,000 first, okay? I think we have a bit to go there. But I appreciate it. I think the next goal is just for like projects that I'd like us to do as like a bit of a community is I want to make an animated short film together as like a community. I think that would be like super fun. So I've been writing a script for that. It's also great to backseat Blender. Is it? But yeah, I mean, I think one of the goals I'd like to do this year is to do a bit of a community render, like not a render challenge, but like a short film. I think it would be super fun to build a short film together as a community. And so I've been writing some stuff. I feel like I want the project to be like, I don't want to just do one. I want it to actually be like super good. So I don't want to just jump into anything yet, but I have some stuff that I've been messing around with. And then obviously we can maybe get some, sponsors to work with us and all that. You can ask ChatGPT for a script. Yeah, no, their scripts suck, dude. I have messed with it just to see how good it would be. It's terrible. Good thing is I do happen to be a writer, so I'm not exactly reliant on AI to write anything good for me. Okay, so that'll be the front piece there of the whole thing. Oh gosh, did I just screw that up? I need to do this on the normals. How do we do that? So instead of globals, let's do normals. I think I messed it up, guys. Because of that, I applied the transforms. Oh, that's rough. So I need to scale this on... Oh, that's the view. Technically, I just have to find the correct view, right? How hard could that possibly be? So if we go to top view and then you just rotate. Voila. Well, that didn't quite work. Great idea, but I think it's really difficult if the skill gap is too large. Had that in my first uni short film, and I did fix mistakes. I had fun, but the result wasn't great. Yeah, I think that's the thing. So the way I viewed it was not going to be like, oh, everybody gets to participate. I thought that maybe if the way we worked it out was you can audition for it. And it's like a bit like an audition process. And like if you're good enough or your skill level works out, then we can like work on it that way. Cause I think like that would be fun. And then obviously everybody can help out in some regard, cause there is quite a bit of stuff that can be done regardless of skill. And I think that's more so where I was kind of like viewing it was going to be, if you're not necessarily great at animation, then maybe you can help work with lighting or shading or some compositing. Or there's so much that goes into animation beyond just the aspects of trying to do all the animation work. Because I think animation is a very specialized skill. And there's different things that are specialized in different areas as well. And I guess we'll see. We'll see. I have to think it through. There's a lot that's going to go into this more than just, oh, let's do it, So it's just an idea to throw out there. No, Hasselhoff, we're going to have you manage everything. You're just going to be overseeing everything. How do you get a preview window up in Blender? Preview window as in like this screen over here versus this screen here? Or what do you mean by preview window? You're talking about like going into render view? Let's take that and let's just scale this down as well. Oh God, I'll get a nightmare of turning on face orientation and half of the scene will be red. Yeah, no, Hasselhoff, you are going to oversee everything. Yeah, the one on the bottom left corner. Oh, okay. So this is actually a second screen that I have on my other computer. And you can add additional screens by going up to window and then hitting new window. And then that'll give you a new window. And you can set this to be whatever you want. I usually keep it as a 3D viewport. And then I go to camera view over here. And I set up the settings for my camera. So if you select the camera, you can go down here to viewport display inside of here, and then you can change the pass through. I always set the pass through set to 1, so that way it's just black all the way around. What's my PC specs? That's a good question, actually. That's my PC specs. Windows 10, I'm running, 32 gigs of RAM on this home computer here, as well as I think I have a 3080 Ti. If we go to preferences here, I can even show you that stuff. I'm running a 3080 Ti with an i7 CPU. Just beefy enough to be dangerous, not beefy enough to actually do anything crazy. Okay, so with this done here, let's take one of these guys. Wait, why are you not using optics? I don't know. I guess I've just never done it. I use CUDA. I could use optics. Let's switch to optics. What does optics do for me? Am I going to feel stupid for not using it for years? Should be faster. I'm going to hold you to it. Scale that up on the Z-axis here to roughly the same height. And so now we got ourselves a little bar. Let's see. Go ahead and add another modifier in here. And add an array. 60-80% from what I've tried. It's even faster if you turn off CPU in the system preferences. Oh, or I'm assuming that's what you mean instead of PC preferences. Is it really? Let's add a third one in here as well. Just kind of like line all this stuff up. There we go. But you might have to load render kernels for 1 to 2 minutes. Okay. Well, I guess we'll run through that here in a bit. I'm actually going to add a fourth one in, and then we can just scale everything down roughly to about this size here. Perfect. And we'll just do the same thing over here. I think it's 3 on the outside. Yeah, it's just 3 on the outside. So we'll do 3 and change the distance in the scale. And then this one here, let's just add another array in. And this array, we can just move it all the way over here. This is all the same size. So we just need a 3.52. 5.3. There we go. Now we got bars on all of the windows here. Let's go ahead and save that. Nice little elevator front. Tip, you can actually put some rods on wireframe using on modifier. Rods on wireframe. Or are you talking about... Because you can convert things to curves. So it looks kind of realistic. Rods on wireframe? Generate or using... Oh, so like this stuff, converting it to wireframe so it's even thinner wires. Is that what you're referring to? Interesting. It's not a bad idea. I mean, we're going for like kind of like the metal rod type thing here. It's already beveled, actually. Okay, and now what does the roof look like? Let's go ahead and save that. You see that, guys? I'm like really good at saving these days. I'm going to duplicate this all the way to the very top here. And just kind of move that over. Save that. Booyah! You can't. My first simulation is finally working without any artifacts. What? Like at a Blender first simulation, or are you doing a Houdini and then importing to Blender, or just straight in Houdini? You hacked the system if you got it to work in Blender. Houdini to Blender? That is crazy. I will say, oh, I gotta duplicate this as well. Although we could just add in an array here and then set that to 0 and then set this to like 5 or something like that. We're just gonna duplicate all this stuff backwards here, line it up. Now we need sides to our elevator. As if Houdini to Blender. No, yeah, I mean, the straight in Blender is not going to work. But Houdini to Blender is pretty nice. The only issue sometimes is Blender's computation of that stuff is kind of bad, unfortunately. And so that's why I was kind of curious if you were going into Blender with the Houdini simulation. I've been outputting the Houdini sims that I've been doing into Blender using like Olympic, and that's kind of worked. Kind of. I'm going to take this whole thing here and let's just select all of the sides and the bar and like everything. We'll select the back as well. And that piece, if we move everything, it's missing the bars back here. Can I not? Oh, there we go. Perfect. And then the ground. Great. Now if we shift select this object here, and then we'll say object keep transformed. Now I can move this entire elevator just using our lovely object. Our lovely empty. How to use 4.2 to 4.3 to get USD working properly, and you create some bug reports 2 months in advance. Yeah. Okay, interesting. Okay, let's take this piece here. I'm just going to duplicate him. And let's just take the whole sides of this one piece of the wall here and then just move, like have it go all the way up, because we're not going to have like, you know, windows on the sides here. So now I can just take this and then we can just duplicate these guys over. So I've got like all this paneling, and I could have used an array for this as well. Actually, probably would have been smarter for me to do. But now if I take that and I scale that out on the x-axis, voila. Now we've got like this whole side of our elevator door. And if I create an array on the inside here, set that to 0. Importing hair curves works great. 140 megabits per frame is a lot, and I would love the X20, the hair, but as long as it looks good, I'm happy. Yeah, who cares about the playback? Although I do wish that Blender would cache things better and its playback speed would be improved. I think that's the one thing that's really frustrating is working in like 3D softwares in general. So not like a super easy way of getting playback unless you render it out. Whereas I would love the ability to be like, all right, cache it. It takes whatever amount of time to like look at all the frames and then creates a nice playback that you just hit the play button. Are you trying to make it look like the same as an image, or trying to make it the same but quite sci-fi? Or what are we referring to? Playblasts are great, especially in Houdini. Yeah, but playblasts are still outputting as a render frame. Like, you still have to render it, basically. It's not like caching it. I would like to cache it inside of the timeline here, and then no matter which way I looked at it inside of the timeline, it's still playing back at full speed. I want like a 3D playbash. Does that make sense? Okay, we have to probably create some of the bolts and stuff on the outside of this door here, because like Maya does that? Interesting. Maya's one of those softwares that I haven't messed around enough in. Let's create some bolts here, scale it down. Probably going to paste my rotation, just makes everything a little bit easier. And just rotate that 90 degrees. Okay, we'll select that bolt there, and I think we need to scale it down a little bit, but we'll move it outward just like that. Great, and now we can just make our life a little bit easier with like an array. And now if we take this, I can add another array in, and then we'll just set that to 0. And we should be able to just change the Y height of it. And so now if I add another one in there, let's just change the Y height a little bit more, so that way it kind of like sets up to the top of the piece of wood here. Now we've got bolts that we can take this and just actually probably move this all the way over there. So now if we set another array up, and now, oh, we probably could do it this way too. So, wait a second. Let's grab this whole thing and move it over like so. And so now our first array set up, instead of it being 2, it'll be 3, it'll be 4. Oh, I can't do that. Damn it. Wait a second. So let's delete all of that. So now my first setup is this array here. Now I create another array now. We just change the distance a little bit. So this will be the second board on like a 2-piece of a board. So we should have 2 boards like side by side. And then we close both these arrays. We create another array. We'll set that to 3. And change the distance on the height. So that way everything will kind of line up like so. And then from there, we can add another array in. And this will be the one that's going to kind of line it up as if there's multiple kind of pillars on our elevator shaft. And this one should just work, but it doesn't. Which actually is totally fine, because we add another array in. Guys, we're just doing arrays and arrays. Do another array, and then we line this up with this little piece over here. Oh, we're so close. 4, 5. Set that to assault 0.85. Yeah, that's perfect. And then that should line up with this guy over here. So now we have bolts all the way across, and it's all just one bolt. So if we change the one bolt, it'll change all the bolts for everything we're doing. Am I trying to make it similar to the image? I guess I suppose if you're asking me, I'm trying to make it... I'm using the images as references, and I will be doing something similar in regard to making it like a, a snowy kind of like scene. Similar concept. It's not going to be the exact same as the image, but that's not what I'm going for right now. Okay, so all of these arrays here, then get all of the bolts on the bottom of that whole number. I don't think there's any bolts on the front of that. So now we can just save that. Great. And this guy here, let's duplicate one of the boards and just make it its own object. And we'll just move that out here and then rotate that on the y-axis. Okay, so now we've got like this kind of like board on the front. Probably want to do the same thing with some bolts here, honestly. So let's just take a bolt. We're going to go ahead and create a new mesh, a new bolt. Scale it down. And then again, we'll just create the rotation in here. Paste that, and then just rotate everything 90 degrees. And we're just going in, adding in some details. Stuff that we'll never see because the camera's so dang far away. Carney, you have to try the virtual lens gizmo for Nuke. It's great for quick adding some lens effects like vignette, glow, aberrations, and even elation. Is that on Nukepedia? Are you going to make your own sky or take an image from Polyhaven or another? I think I'm going to make my own sky. Are you talking about Nukepedia, or is there another thing I don't know about? Let's add another array in here, and we're just going to kind of do it this way. Let's just kind of line this up over here on the other side of the board. Fantastic. What an overly complicated way of just duplicating a bolt. But that's the way we like to do things around here, guys. Let's just duplicate this now and move this over. Great. Okay. I mean, honestly, it is. Are you gonna... So it is on Nukepedia. If you can you link it over on the Discord? Which, by the way, for all you guys new here, make sure to hit the subscribe button, okay? If you're not subscribed already. What the heck, man? Also, if you guys would like, this helps me out tremendously. Can you guys go watch the cut down videos that we upload to YouTube? We do like 20 to 30 minute cut downs of these live streams. So if you guys don't want to watch the whole live stream, please go watch the videos, because that helps us get YouTube public watch hours, which we need like a certain amount to be able to qualify for certain things on the YouTube channel. So it would be great if you guys could just queue up a couple of those videos, even if you guys aren't watching them like in the foreground. It is great, and it helps out the channel if you guys just like play those back in your background of your computer or whatever, because YouTube has this dumb thing where we need to have like, it's like 3,000 public watch hours to create like a community level stuff. And then and then of course we don't get ad revenue or anything like that until we have 4,000 public watch hours. So we're quite a bit off that, because they don't count live streams for that. So live streams don't count towards public watch hours for whatever reason. So if you guys want to help out by doing that, that would be awesome. Of course, it's just any of our videos, you know, pick a video and just, you know, watch it through or something like that. That would be awesome if you guys could do that. I'm going to take another bolt here and let's duplicate it and just move it straight down. I'm going to delete all of these other arrays on it. And let's just delete this array as well. I primarily just need to make a bolt for... I guess it doesn't make sense to have bolts going this direction on the piece of wood. Not really. I suppose we'd have like an L bracket or something like that on the inside of the boards here. So let's do this. If I delete all of that, I'm just going to move that a little more centered there. And let's go ahead, add another array. And yeah, if that goes all the way up the side there, because we've got all of these boards on the inside here, so maybe that's what is holding it. We'll just duplicate this all the way to the other side. I think the only thing I have to watch out for is that all of my bolts are just kind of like not parented now, so let's select all of these guys. Let's do this. Then we select our empty and then just parent it. You play the videos in the background. Awesome. Thank you so much, Keysign. Yeah, that the one of the biggest reasons why we actually started doing the those video cut downs was because YouTube doesn't they're not really supportive of live streams. Tip, you can press Alt-D for duplicate objects so it doesn't show more objects in your screen collection, and also helps when you render. It will render quite fast. Interesting. Alt-D? I don't know what that did. Alt-D. I don't know if Alt-D's working, man. I'll have to look into that. Maybe I changed my shortcut accidentally at some point. So is there a rope pulling it? So we got chains below it. That makes sense. We could have it about this height here. Let's go and duplicate that, or delete that for right now, since we already have the total scale of everything kind of complete. Let's put some chains below this thing. Let's go and save that. Just have some chains kind of like hanging out below it. Easiest way to do that is just add a torus, which we can rotate the area in which we want it. Scale it on the Z-axis. I think, what do we want the scaling to be like? Roughly like this size? Honestly, we're not going to see any of this stuff, so I'm not too concerned about it. Duplicating objects with Alt-D is creating an instance instead of a duplicate. If you want the exact same object beside your transformation, you always use Alt-D. Takes up less VRAM, and it's faster. Wow. Guys, I learned something new every day. Alt-D. I'll have to remember that. I think for the most part, I usually want new instances of things, but like that is very useful information. And just keep shifting this because I am rotating this stuff. Unless you're saying like, no. Unless it's an object that I would be Alt-D'ing. Oh! So it's like a linked object. Interesting. Let's just rotate this, and we're just going to go straight down now with this thing. That is very useful, though. I have been getting a little bit more into using like linked systems instead of like using different Blender projects for like different parts of a like VFX chain object. So using linking for, oh hey, here's the object, and then you apply the animation on the next linked project file. So that way you can have separate visual effects Blender projects depending on shots, but your object and modeling happens in a higher up chained version of the project file. And then that way, if I want to add hair or something like that, it would like procedurally add hair to like all of the linked project files below it. I have been doing a little bit of that. Just keep duplicating this downward, something like that. And that certainly helps when you've got like, I don't know, like 50 shots all using the same, character, but you want to animate the stuff, but you don't want to have to like go back to all of your different project files to change all that stuff later. That is very useful. And that's like linking instead of appending inside of your Blender project files, or not even appending, but you probably do like save as or something like that to create new Blender project files. Instead of doing that, you would actually just link it into your new Blender project and then that's how that would work. All right, let's just move that over here like so. Nice. So now we got a nice little chain. And there we go. I mean, we got like 2 chains hanging from it. I mean, we're not really going to see any of this. Yeah, it's really helpful. Another nice pipeline is to use a version folder and a master file above. Just override the master once you have a new version and link the objects inside of that file. Oh, interesting. Yeah, I think the one thing that I'd like to dive in deeper with, because like I feel like every time I've tried to do like bigger projects, I did obviously I did my film last year and I had all of those werewolf monster shots that I did. And what I ended up doing was it was not a great pipeline whatsoever, because I tried doing the linking method, but linking didn't work. It like broke the project file by trying to link it. Also, I was oh no, actually it didn't. Okay, wait a second. Let's back up. So I did the shot on my home computer here, which obviously you guys have seen the specs. Not insane specs, okay? They're pretty good specs, but not insane specs. But I did it here because I wanted to animate the shots on this computer. Then I took it to my work computer, but because the files were linked to a master of the werewolf, the linking didn't work. In fact, it didn't load. The file just like completely crashed. Whereas I wish it worked more like, you know how like editing softwares like Adobe Premiere or DaVinci Resolve, if it doesn't have the media files anymore that you're trying to link to, I wish it would just like be like a error box or something like that, like a bounding box that with like a red error or something like that. Be like, hey, not existing. And then like you could select it. It would be nice if it was more procedural in that nature, where I could relink. Like if I selected this object and I went to the object panel here, if it was like, oh, this is where the local file is that it's plugged to, that would be great. You need to create a master folder with all the assets inside of it. I thought I did, but it points to... Okay, I'll have to look into that in more detail, because I definitely didn't do too much research or anything before I went into it, and that kind of screwed me later. Okay, we need wires or anything like that going up the pulley system here. So we've got chains that hang out below it. Let's do this. Is this rotating on the... Yeah, it's median origin points. There we go. Should have made this more like a actual dynamic system, so that way I wouldn't have to manually change the chains on this, but whatever. Yeah, and I was looking into the documentation on the Blender's website to see how they do their animated projects, but I didn't see too much documentation on like proper naming structures or anything like that. I just recently went through Weta's online documents for naming structures, and that's what we're using on this movie that we're jumping into, or that we just filmed. But yeah, I do wish there was... It has been tough to find proper pipeline naming structures for that stuff. You also can use your key to change your view. Your tilde key? Oh, is that your tilde? Yeah, I get what you're saying. On the top side of your keyboard, so you can view it perfectly. Wait, what? Well... Well, this is just like the typical, I use this all the time. But I use my numpad because you can do the same thing on your numpad. All of these buttons are like 8, 7, 4, 1, 2, 3. Although I don't know why 1 is the keyboard key. 1 is not a keyboard key. 1 is front view. But if you press 0 here, then that goes to your camera view on your numpad. Prism should do the job. It's a pipeline tool. It works with Nuke, Blender, etc. Use something similar to my internship, and it's great working with 10 plus people on at the same time. Well, the one thing I mentioned this a little bit earlier, I'm going to be messing around. The Foundry I'm doing the thing with the Foundry, and one of the things that I want to mess around with is Katana, which is a look dev software. So I'm trying to figure out proper pipelining between like using something like Blender, using Mari for like the texture painting. I know Prism's great. I've looked into Prism. And then they also have, I haven't messed around with it too much, but NVIDIA has their Omniverse. And I think you can go between a lot of these softwares as well using Omniverse. So I was going to check all of that stuff out a little bit here more in the future. I haven't needed to because a lot of the work that I do are individual visual effect shots, which doesn't require insane pipelines. It just requires you to have somewhat understanding of what you're doing and kind of like working that out. But as I mentioned, I want to do some more community driven like animation projects, and that's where you for sure need to have a great pipeline set up, because everybody's utilizing different project files and it's going between everything. That's when a lot of this stuff really matters. For the most part, when I do my visual effects shots, it's like a single shot. You don't need a huge pipeline between your different shots, because your pipeline is pretty basic. And honestly, the majority of the time that I am working on visual effects shots, I'm doing it as a solo operator. I don't have, 20 people that are all accessing my files. Let's see, 0.01 is, let's do 0.02. Do I have a Big Pie add-on? It really makes the environment of so many objects like pipes, etc., kind of like geometry nodes. I do not. Is that something that's on like Blender? What was that called? Blender Marketplace? God, I can zoom all the way down here. So here's the bottom of our rope. I'm actually going to take this and then let's change the rotation of the Z-axis here. If we just paste that. Well, also if we go to top view, we can just grab it and rotate this around to our liking. Basically, we're just creating, different pieces of rope that are getting pulled all the way to the top. I do need to be further over there, I think. Blender Market, yeah. No, I haven't messed with that personally. Always excited about getting like new Blender Market add-ons. I don't know. Just because they're not expensive, I've always just been so happy with Blender Market add-ons. They're kind of like, they're lifesavers, but they're not that crazy expensive. Not like other softwares. Okay, so now we got all those ropes going up. Let's go ahead and just duplicate this one, and we're just gonna do something like that, I suppose, and great. So now we got like all these cables going all the way to the very top. Again, a lot of stuff that nobody's gonna see, but we'll see it. Kind of have to build the environment around this. What does that look like? Kind of like a blob, right? I'm gonna find the Game of Thrones, and it's the it's not the ice wall. What do they call that? What is that the wall called that goes to the north? Why is my brain drawing a blank on this? It's like Men of the Night Watch? Night's Watch. Base. So there's that. I think roughly this is the thing, right? So this is on this side of the wall. So it's like a whole castle, guys. Do we want to just... No, we're not going to do that. We're not doing that. This is a building stream, okay? We're not going to go find a 3D model. Let's go open new... I was like, I was like, no, I don't want to freaking build this whole thing. Although it's like, how much do we really need... How much detail do we really need to build for this? So that is roughly where the elevator goes up. Let's just grab... So we have this guy here. This guy, this guy. That's pretty much everything, right? Minus the cables. Let's just grab this whole thing and move it up. Roughly about that height. And then let's grab all these chains here. And just make sure this is parented to our lovely... There we go. We want this to be roughly about that height. So now we can start building out a little bit more of like the kind of platform that goes up to it. All the details, please. You want all the details? Oh my gosh. We're like literally a million miles away from this render, you know? IGI is Mission 2 tunnel elevator. IGI. What is that? Why am I drawing a blank on what that is? Let's just rotate this guy. You guys are going to make me do all the modeling. It's okay. Just scale that out roughly. The length at which we want it. And I was thinking about making kind of like plank boards. So this will be about that distance there. And then if we go into everything, let's apply the scale. And then now if I go into here and we bevel everything, all the bevels will be roughly the same size. And so that's going to create ourselves like a make him suffer. No, please. I'm just going to add an array in now. And then honestly, 1.01 is probably pretty close to the size we want it to be. We want a little bit of a gap, but not too much. If we do 1.1, that's way too big of a gap. So 0, 2, 0, 1. Yeah, that's totally fine. So now we're just going to build ourselves like a nice little bottom platform for like where this wood or the bottom of the elevator is going to be. I think we have like, we're building basically this thing over here. I am thinking that probably take this, just scale out everything a little bit. There we go. And then just build that all up. Yeah. Okay, that's good. And then we kind of build the stairs up. Please scale the wall by 0.5%. It looks a bit too small. Which wall? This wall? I think the wall's big enough. I scale by... Oh, you want to scale smaller? I don't think the wall is too small. I think we're going to have to add in a lot of detail that's going to make it a little bit bigger, like feeling. But this is actually all the scale, though. This is the scale of our reference image. This is actually the exact same image here. So I think roughly we're actually the correct scale. Oh, you're pixel fucking? Thank you. I appreciate it. I don't get enough of that in my life. I'm defending myself here, okay? All right, so let's go ahead and build this thing out. So we got like these. This is a really terrible angle. This is the Night's Watch. Let's see. That's a different image. It's roughly like this one here is like kind of like the angle in which we're wanting everything. So let's open. No, I don't want to open the link. Open the image. Oh, but the terraces and the wall would be nice. Yeah, I'm going to definitely do that. I think this is the area. I got to build out this tiny base here first. At least the front of this, and then I can build out like some castles. I mean, the castle's going to be really rough, guys. We're not going crazy high quality here. High detail. We ain't doing high detail, okay? I don't have a million hours to build this thing on. Although, do I? I mean, I don't know. You guys will just be bored. Look, guys, I'm doing this to protect you. In the end of the day, it's not for me. All right? I'm not doing this to protect myself. Do you guys really want me to come back next week just to do the same exact stream? I don't think part 1, part 2s ever really do all that well. Because everyone's like, are we still on this render? Why are we still on this render? Believe me, I work fast. Okay. And we got some stairs that are going to go up here as well. Honestly, add smoke for the ice environment. I will. That's like the last thing I'm adding. We don't need to do that while we're out here modeling everything. That would be terrible. I'm going to duplicate this guy. Let's duplicate him. And then let's delete the array. And then I'm going to scale everything down on this to be a lot smaller. I'll just rotate this 90 degrees here. Just kind of make the stairs on the front end here. Oh, I will be on next week, but I don't want to do this render next week. I don't think you guys want me to do this render next week either. I think that would be good. Let's add another array into this thing, and then we'll set this to 0. And 1.01 is the go. We'll put that as a negative value. Now, guys, we are back to our normal live streaming schedule, which should be once a week. And then I think we'll be doing a Tuesday stream as well. Although I will be cautious with that because I am going back into working full-time on this film. So I don't think I'll be able to do live streaming during the week on the Tuesdays. Unfortunately. Okay, and then that for the stairs. How thick are these stairs? What are we doing here? I think that looks good. And we'll just go ahead and do like an array here. You really like my videos from now? Oh, thanks, man. Appreciate it. Thanks for, how did you hear about me? Or how did you find my YouTube channel? I am curious about this. Does it mostly through like YouTube search? When you guys are searching for something else? Or how are you guys finding my channel? How'd you find me? Let's do that for the stairs. I think that's pretty good. We'll just continue that array all the way down. That should go down to the bottom level there. So now if I take this thing, like for the most part, honestly, if we apply this transform, I'm going to say Shift S, cursor to selected. And then we go to object, set origin to 3D cursor. And we take this guy and then we mirror him. but then we mirror him on an object, and we do it on the y-axis instead of the x-axis, we should now have stairs on both sides of that platform, and they should be perfectly mirrored. Let's go ahead and save that. Let's look at our picture again. So now we're going to have to add in all of these wonderful 2x4s or whatever they are. I just opened YouTube and saw your live stream. Awesome. YouTube doing the promo for me. Well, I appreciate it. Thanks for coming to hang out. I try to do these streams once a week if I can. I've been away for a month, as I mentioned earlier, but we're back now. Let's change the rotation on this guy, and then we'll just scale him down as well. Just kind of line him up with our stairs. Let's just take this whole thing. We're just moving him down. All the way to the floor. And we'll grab this one and a nice walkway. And again, I think an easy thing for us, I always like to do this. It just makes everything a little bit easier. But if I scale this down on like the x-axis and then on the y-axis, and I scale this by 1.8, and again, we'll just scale it down just for our purposes. This is the height of a person, roughly, for us. So now that'll give us some context for how tall our beam should be. I'll probably scale it in a little bit so that way our pole isn't too thick. And probably going to add bevels here. So let's just add some bevels in to our wood beam. And that should be good. Let's see. So we've got right there, and we'll do on the other side as well. Duplicate that all the way to the other side there, and that'll get us across. But then also we'll need to have one at the bottom as well. Actually, let's just do it this way. So we're going to mirror again on that platform. So we'll just do mirror, selecting the platform, and then change that to the y-axis. So that way it's just mirroring across here. But the nice thing is when we duplicate this now and move this all the way to the other side of our stairs, I'm also addicted to Blender, but I am a 10th grade student, don't have a good specs for doing so, and I have a good PC, but don't have a good render time. I always make so much stuff, so it takes 1 week. Yeah. I did not have a good computer when I was in school, like back in high school when I was learning how to use Blender, and it always took forever to render anything that I need to do. So I understand. I get what you're saying. It's one of those things. It's so funny. Back in the day, I did, and it's on the internet, but I'm not going to tell you where it's at. I did a short film challenge thing for The Hobbit, because when I was in high school, the Hobbit came out. And they had a short film contest where we had to recreate a scene from The Hobbit. And one of the scenes that we could recreate was the Smaug scene where there's like all of the gold and there's like a dragon. So I did that scene, which high school Connor did not know how to do. I mean, I did it as good as I could. And honestly, at the end of the day, it's not terrible. But, I mean, it's not great. But in order for me to render it, I had two different laptops. I had like my mom's little laptop, and then I had my laptop, and I was trying to render it, and I didn't have a network set up, so I was rendering out frame ranges where it was like 300 frames or something like that. I had to render a sequence, so I rendered the first 150 frames on one computer and the second 150 frames on another computer, and like just hit the render button and hope for the best. That was the only way I could render stuff, and it took like a whole day, and honestly, terrible quality. Like, I don't know why it took so long. If I tried to render that now, I'd be done in like 15 minutes, you know? But that was my experience in high school on rendering stuff. I'm going to take this dude here. Let's just duplicate him over here and move him down. That's roughly how tall he is. Let's see. Want that for the height, I suppose. Yeah, I like that. That looks pretty good. So now we can have our railings that we want to have. But yeah, that was my... there was like the first ever CG render I did out of Blender. I remember that one. Holy cow. I did... so before I knew how to render anything... I didn't know how to render, and Blender had a game engine inside of it. And the only reason I knew how to hit the render button, but I didn't know how to render animation. And then I didn't know how to add keyframe animation. So when I first started animating, the first thing I ever did was I knew how to code in Blender, which was just like these drag drop. It was like blocks, basically. It was visual coding. And so I coded a helicopter to have the propellers rotating, and it was parented to the helicopter. And then I had the camera in the angle that I wanted it, and I coded the helicopter to fly on WASD, and I could rotate it with my arrow keys. And I used Fraps screen recorder to record it on the screen, so that way I could have the helicopter flying in the shot. I don't even think we used it for a short film. I think I wanted to, but then I didn't. But yeah, that was the first ever like CG VFX shot that I ever did inside of Blender. And yeah, it's my memories on that. Your goal is to make a horror game in Blender, modeling and then importing into Unreal Engine 5 and then proceeding to upload it onto Steam and get some money. Hey, that's awesome, dude. I don't know how much code in the Blender. I don't know how to code into Blender and make a game. No, you can't anymore. Used to be a thing. It's no longer a thing. They removed that in Blender 2.5 or something like that. Good times. Good times. We got a top view up here, and this is just our railing on top of our bar. Let's just scale it down a little bit more. It's like a 2x4. Then from here, let's see, we can, well, actually, oh, whoops, I don't need to open up that. How does so that goes into that. I think if we scale everything so it's smaller that way. So that's gonna go into the wood like a socket. Yeah, I love coding in Unreal Engine, by the way. I think Unreal Engine is a great software. I think and now you don't even really need to know how to code these days. You can just use visual coding inside of Unreal Engine, like blueprint coding, and basically do everything that you couldn't do. Don't you get tired streaming from 2 hours? Dude, I streamed for 5 hours straight. Well, we're at 2.5 hours right now. I feel like I have like another 2.5 hours to go before I'm done with this render. Oh, Yes, I get tired, but you know what? We prevail. Gotta get on that grind, man. There ain't no breaks. No breaks! Well, mostly because I don't want to revisit this shot. That's what it comes down to. I'm trying to finish this. Okay. That is not bad. I do think that maybe... Oops, I accidentally tried to go into edit mode. Oh no. I tried to go into edit mode at everything at the exact same time. You don't know C++, but you're learning blueprints. Awesome. Hey, and fun thing, look into ChatGPT. You can basically code anything these days. Anybody can code anything. It's pretty crazy. Also, I think that it's not a like solution, but as in like only use ChatGPT. Try to understand what you're doing inside of ChatGPT, because in the end of the day, I think that's crazy. Like how anybody can learn how to code. All they have to do is use ChatGPT as their source of like information that they can learn from. Don't use it as the end result. Use it as a way in which you can Google faster. That's what I think is super powerful about it. Okay, so there we go. We got the railings on both sides. Now I just need to fix the bottom of the stairs here. Which we can actually do just by duplicating this. Your typing is slow for C++? I don't know what to tell you, man. I actually never took typing classes. You know how they have like typing classes in high school? I actually never did. I just always typed. Well, obviously you have to learn how to type fast. My learning was I did debate in high school. And when I did debate, the partner that I had in my debate class, he would argue with me over Discord about like what he thought we should do for the debate class. And I wanted to do my way, and the only way for me to do that was to type faster than he typed, and he typed ridiculously fast. So that was how I learned how to type. Was in high school. I had to learn how to type really fast in order to communicate over, it wasn't Discord, it was Skype. Yeah, so if you just out of necessity, I had to learn how to type fast. That was how I learned how to type fast, was out of necessity. Because if I didn't type fast, then I wasn't going to get to say what I was trying to say before he finished and then said he won the argument because he was able to go on to his next point before I even finished typing my response. But you don't need to type fast to code. I mean, I feel like that's just, it makes you code faster. It doesn't mean that you can't code if you type slow. And you only start typing faster if you start typing. So type more. Just type. There's actually typing tests online. I love typing tests. They're so much fun. The fastest I ever got at typing was 115 words per minute. With very little errors. I obviously now I don't think I could. Probably at about 70. You know, I think I'm probably at 70 now. Let's duplicate this over here. And that's going to go to the other side. That's pretty great. I like that. Just have that go all the way down there. I like it. I like it! Probably overall gonna want this to not be... Let's do that. That way it doesn't intersect. Let's take this guy and then we'll just duplicate him and... And that's the whole front of this maneuver. 115 words. Yes, sir. Now you're 70, you're dead. No, it's, I mean, yeah. I think pretty average is 70 or 65. Okay, so then outside of this, this goes up to like another platform over here. I suppose we could do some of these like X things. Let's do that. Take the X, duplicate him, move him over. I don't know why everything's moving so dang fast. So if I take this and then I say cursor to selected, and then I go object, set origin to 3D cursor, that actually might fix my problem. Yeah, it did. Awesome. There's my bolts on the front of this this thing that we'll never see. Dude, look how far away this whole setup is. Like, I'm not seeing any of this crap. But we're having a good time. The real reason I'm modeling all this is because I could have been done like an hour and a half ago if I just... Because like everything is so dang far away that you could just like rough block out walls and stuff like that. I don't think that's any fun though. And I actually might want to change my camera angle for this render to be something like over here, like looking up at the setup. Let's see, actually, what would that look like? Let's add in a camera. And we're going to go to camera view here, something like Control-Alt-0. And then if we change this camera view to be a lot wider, and then rotate that upwards, you can like see to the top, save the project, make the, I don't know. So that could be a camera angle. I'm not saying that's going to be our camera angle though, because I don't know, but we could totally do that. Let's see. Let's go look at this. So that's that piece there, which we just created that. Let's create the wall here for like the castle in which that's going to be at. Let's add in another cube. I just paste my rotations. That way we just got that in there. Dude, I save that project every 30 seconds. I've lost way too many projects in my life to not. I ain't out here freeballing it without hitting the save button. Who does that? Not me. Done it way too many times on stream as well. Completely lose progress. That one time I think we lost like, I don't know, it must have been like 30 minutes or something like that. Although I do find that like when you do crash and then you lose everything, you end up just recreating everything super fast. Mostly because you already know what decisions you made in order to get to the outcome that you had. Let's take this whole guy. Let's see. I'm going to add another cube in here with the correct rotation. Scale this one up. I mean, we're just rough. Let's just lay it out, right? Like, we're not going to do any high quality modeling here. Let's just get the rough details built in. And then we'll go from there. Kind of like extrude that out, scale it out, extrude it up, scale it in. Then we got like this whole guy, which is the same thing as this, but the other direction. So let's just duplicate him. And why do I have creepy sounds on the background? Because it's royalty free. The best answer that I can give. So there's this other YouTuber that I follow, which, by the way, if you're interested in game design, then maybe you would know this guy, Pirate Soft. And he has a video game that you can buy the OTS for. And if you buy the OTS, I think is it OST or OTS? But if you buy that, then you can use his music in like live streams and such. So that's what I do. But anyways, that's my answer as to why I have creepy music playing in the background. I'm gonna have and go out a little bit more, and let's do this. I'm going to select all of that, and if we extrude it and scale it up, we can add in a little bit of detail there. We'll do the last bit as well. So just add in another edge loop. And select this last piece that we can extrude and then scale upwards just to give it a little bit of extra detail to match. Go ahead and save that. We're not going to see on the inside of this, honestly. And really, honestly, we're probably not going to see all that much of this. I added all of his detail in there, guys, that we're never going to see. It's making me sad. Let's find like another angle. So then there's this guy over here. Besides, isn't Game of Thrones pretty creepy? I feel like I'm using music that matches the vibe of what's going on here. So now we got like this guy, which will have bigger posts. So I'm going to take one of these guys. Let's duplicate him and just make him his own object. And if I go back over here, I can grab this guy and then move him over. I don't want to use a mirror. You're making a game like Stray. I'll have a million objects and it looks good. Awesome. How much do you have of it done already? I would recommend, Keysign already invited you to the Discord. I would recommend joining our Discord, sharing some of your progress. Let's do this. Yeah, you can join our Discord, by the way, by going to the YouTube video, and then we have a Discord down here. Just join our community and then share photos or gameplay or whatever it is that you're working on. Love to see it. Sorry you don't have a good PC? All good, man. All good. Actually, let's delete this. I'm going to add an array into this thing. And instead of it being on that set, let's just move it back here like so. There's no time like the present to get started on like making a game. I love Unreal, though. I used to do most of everything in... Well, I used to use Unity as like my primary gaming engine for the stuff that I coded. Because I don't know if I ever told you guys, but I used to do game design. That was most of everything I did. Do you and I, Detroit, become human? Yes. There's a character in it named Connor. Let's use the mirror here on this guy. it makes it specifically about this. Let's see. If I take this and I just apply these arrays. Objects, set origin to 3D cursor. There we go. And now that's going to parent these X's around that. I should be able to array this upwards. So let's set that to 0 and then have that just go upwards like so. It's a 7-hour game. Yeah, and I think there's a lot of good games that are out there that did really well that aren't that long, honestly. I mean, 7 hours really isn't that long of a game compared to, like, I don't know, I feel like Spider-Man is like 100 and something hour game. Like, you know, like, I feel like games like that are so massive. What was it? Elden Ring's like 135 hours. Let's make this its own separate object and then delete the mirror aspect of it. If I delete mirror and the array, I just basically want this to go across. So let's rotate this. I'm going to just delete that whole thing, actually. That's more trouble than it's worth. Rotated the 30 degrees. I think because I added it in edit mode, it like weirdly didn't work. Okay, that's great. And now scale that across. We're just trying to create the boards on each end of this. And if I apply the scale specifically, when I go in, I can add bevels and everything will be the same size. And there we go. So now all I have to do is add an array. Set that to 0 and just going to do it that way. Probably something like that would be good. And so now if we take this and then we just add in a mirror and we mirror it around specifically the poles here, it'll add it to the other side of the poles. So that way we've got like this whole other setup over here. Go ahead and save that as well. And this is going up to like a guard tower, is it not? I mean, we can't really see it, but it is. So if we just duplicate our platform that we already created. Let's take this thing and we're just gonna duplicate him, and now we've got our whole self a whole nother section up here, and voila! Now we've got ourselves a nice little platform at the very top. Might have to adjust some things, but overall I think that's good. Let's just scale that out. Fantastic. I'll have to go. Have a good one, and great to see you back. Hey, thank you so much, Hasselhoff, and I hope to see you again soon as we're continuing our live streams rather than taking another break. There ain't no more breaks for me, okay? We ain't taking any more breaks. Well, I mean, actually, probably in a few weeks. No, not in a few weeks. It'll be like another month and a half. I'll be out for a weekend, but I'll see if I can plan some stuff to actually be uploading while I'm out the next time I'm taking some time off. But hey, thank you so much, Hasselhoff. I will see you on the next stream. Let's get some pillars up here with some railing, I think. If I take this, well, we'll just do this one. Let's duplicate this guy, remove the mirror, and then delete the second post. And do cursor to selected, and I'm just going to set the origin to this area, so that way we don't have a wacky origin location for our pole. But this is a good height already because we already measured this. So let's just line this up with our whole thing here and add in an array. Just makes it a little bit easier. Don't be mad. Do you hate add-on? Do I hate add-ons? No, I love add-ons. Huge fan of add-ons. Yeah, I'm a fan of the add-ons. Depends on what add-on, but I mean, I'm not a fan of add-ons, you know? All right, good. So we'll have force. That way that lines up a little bit better there. And then we can create ourselves a nice little post as well. That's going to go across the top of that. I'm just duplicating a lot of the stuff that I had already because we're really just kit bashing at this point a lot of the materials that we already have. Just grab that side and go ahead and save that. I think we have to add a roof to it. I mean, we can't really see it from that angle. And not really from that angle either. Let's see. It's a lot of just... Well, it's not the castle. Because I thought the castle was a different location. The Black Castle or something like that. Oh, it's got some bricks in the way. Well, this is not a bad image to have as a reference. Let's actually apply this array. I'm thinking that we're going to want... If I just took this whole thing here, duplicated it, then we rotated it by 90 degrees, just add that in here. And then for the most part, we already have our stairs. We could probably just duplicate all of this. So if I duplicate this guy here and get rid of the mirror, we only need the array. And then we can just increase the array to the height that we need it at. So let's put that up to there, and I feel like we had an angle. Yeah, it does go all the way down. So we'll just kind of line this up. like on the side, I suppose. Yeah, and that does go all the way down. So now we just continue this array until it hits the bottom of the deck. Like so. Perfect. So now I'm just going to duplicate the sides here. See how this is a lot of copy paste work, guys? Like once you do it once, it's, you know, nothing crazy. Got ourselves an array. It doesn't really matter. And we just move everything over. Which I think that roughly works like that. And then the last piece here, honestly, is we'll just duplicate this and then remove the array, but this goes in like so. Well, I suppose we could do one more array, right? Just one more array. And let's piece that out like over here. So we'll do a negative 1.01. So now all I have to do is select all of those pieces, and then we can just line everything up like that. You should be in school or in college teaching about Blender animation. Oh, thanks, man. As I was saying earlier, I did get a degree to teach, but I wanted to do more like work myself rather than teaching. Let's do this over here. We're going to line this up. And let's grab that all the way to the other side. So now we have kind of like this, you know, railing all the way across. Honestly, the same pole. Just going to take everything and just duplicate it, move it all the way to the other side. Because really we're just doing the same thing on both sides. Probably could have mirrored that, but I'm not going to worry about a mirror for a single railing piece. Guys, that's so far away. Okay, so then over to the rest of the castle. We got like quite a bit of castle left to build here. So we've got this little tower up here, which actually, funny enough, is too high. And then that goes down there, which is fantastic. So now we just need the railings for everything. Which probably won't be that hard. We just need this guy. Let's duplicate it. Move it over. Remove the mirror. Rotate 180 degrees. And for the most part, honestly, that's already just fine. Let's take this guy now and we'll move him down just to line him up with the bottom of the staircase. I will add a mirror, but this time we're going to mirror against the stairs here. And if we do this, we could just say cursor to selected. And if I go into object settings and then set origin to 3D cursor, that'll line our stairs up with the stairs. Our rails with the stairs. Can you please make a video later of teaching how to use VFX in Blender? I do already have some videos already up on the channel that have some of the stuff. One notably is a tutorial on adding in a knife. You can find that on my YouTube channel. Let's see if I can open the link in the description. Open the link, baby. If you go to the recent live stream, we did one about adding a knife into the back. This guy right here. This is how to add in a Blender like knife into a CG VFX shot. And we have a cut down of that as well. That's only a 2-hour stream though, so if you want to go through and watch everything I did, then you could do that there. Or you could go watch the cut down of it, which is right here, which is only 30 minutes long. So there is already a video on that, and then I plan on doing some more. I think the next one is going to be adding in like this UFO-like object. And that'll be fun. That'll be fun. That'll be a good time. So stay tuned for that. Let's do this one here. I'm going to move this down and we'll go all the way into the ground, all the way in the back. And let's see. That's good. And I'll go all the way to the back, the last piece here, and move that up. I'll have it go roughly to the same height as the rest of these posts here, since we already have that as like a cheat sheet. And we can now add this pole all the way in the back. I think even though should put fire on the wood wall. Imagine we're going to do something like that. Okay, great. That's that whole side piece of the walkway there. What does the rest of the layout of the castle look like? Like all these arches, other walkways, more stairs and stuff over there. Is it Castle Black? Is that what they called it? Castle Black. Ah, someone built it in Minecraft. That's pretty cool. Oh, I'm trying to find more of a wide angle of it. Which, I mean, maybe we use this as like our reference. It's a little Minecraft build of it. I think that's good. Let's take... Just kind of line that up on the inside there. What do I put on the front of it? I think let's just figure that out real quick. That's like their town, right? Is that the same? Oh, this is the thing. I think I like this like surrounding like kind of wall that they have here. So let's do that as well. Let's see. We'll add in a cube with the correct rotation. One last time. Scale it decently sized. Yeah, I will put that stuff. I'm just mostly blocking this out right now. I think if we grab that now and then we just extrude that outwards. Let's just create roughly this kind of grab this face here, and then if we say cursor selected, and then we go object set origin to 3D cursor. And then if we just mirror this guy, let's make our life a little bit easier. Perfect. Now we got ourselves a wall that goes all the way around. I'm just going to apply that. And let's see. Let's grab this whole section here. We're just going to delete the vertices. Let's grab this whole section there. We'll just fill it in. And we can just fill that in as well. And now we've got like ourselves a bit of a gate that we can use on the outskirts of this castle section here. I do like this kind of setup because it'll allow us to, I think we'll do like a brick wall pattern here. And then we'll do a bit of a fence post, like gate, on the outside of this. So let's see. Let's go into here. I'm going to grab this face. We'll duplicate him. Yeah, a little bit thicker. And let's do this. Can we add a mirror into here? Yeah. So now we've got like our kind of big gate posts that we're going to do. We'll add some materials onto that to add kind of like a stone-like material to it. Let's duplicate this and then scale that down, and we're only going to see a little bit of it, but that's just adding a little bit more detail from the corner piece over here over the fence. If we do a little bit less of it, might be quite nice. Something like that, I imagine. Yeah. And it's just for that, like, kind of like corner piece there as we're like overseeing the ledge of it. And then now, of course, we can go in and add in big ol' like gate. See, like this gate here, that's like kind of what I'm thinking. So they've got like this wall. I think overall we're probably going to want different sections of this thing. Let's see. We'll kind of like select this bit here and scale it down a little, or scale it up a little bit. And overall, we're just going to kind of, I think, use this throughout. Let's see. Let's delete this. And then in between the gate, we'll have like walkways throughout. Why is no one commenting? I don't know. Sometimes it goes in waves. I notice some people just don't like to comment. It's all good. I'm gonna, on the top here, grab this piece and just kind of make a bit of a roof. Ben's watching intently. Making sure you don't miss anything, Ben. Let's grab this whole side here as well as this side over here. And then that way we can just kind of extrude this out as well. Scale Y-axis. We can just bring it down as well. That'll give us a nice little rooftop that we have. Moderator, thank you. Yeah, I noticed that there are some people that just watch. And that's okay, you know? Maybe they just don't like to chat as much, and that's all good. Maybe they're following along and doing it themselves, so they don't have time to chat. They're doing it better than me. Okay. Now if I take that, and I take it all the way over here and just scale it up a little bit more, then we have... There we go. Great. And so now I'm just going to mirror this whole thing so that way it happens on both sides of the gate. All the way across. Go ahead and save that. The fence itself, though, let's grab that. Now that we're working on it, just move it all the way in. Just make it a lot thinner. You're chatting because you want to improve your typing skills. Fair enough. Fair enough. That's one way to do it, right? That's how you get good at typing. You type fast enough where it catches up with the streamer as fast as possible, right? Let's see. I'm going to go into, you know, here. Let's delete everything. And let's move this all down. I kind of want to select this edge right now. Okay, and then that's going to be the platform on which everybody is standing on. So let's delete this one. I'm only wanting to do the front right now. I just realized something. Let's do this. Let's select this whole thing here, and then I'm going to say select invert. And I'm just delete everything. Perfect. We're only going to build this side right now, but if we do a mirror, it's going to mirror everything to the other side automatically for us. So if we take this and then we just extrude this upwards, that's going to give ourselves a platform that everybody's going to be standing on top of. And if I, let's see, add in an edge loop to the very front of this thing, just extrude that upwards as well. That's going to be the area in which everybody's going to stand on. So I'm going to add in a cube now. If we scale on the 3D cursor, the 1.8, that's going to give us the height in which we want this to be. I like to do this for reference because it allows us to know what the other objects inside of our world's like scaling should be. Because if you have like a constant, which we all like, a human is like a really nice reference for the constant of a scale. I think that really helps. Please don't forget to add a wire or a rope onto that elevator. There are ropes. We actually did add ropes. We added a bunch of ropes. All these ropes here. But I think that scaling will work a little bit better. Let's see. We probably want it to go all the way around. So we have that front piece there. I'm wanting to have some kind of... Let's see, let's add another cube. I'm going to change the rotation here to the rotation which we need that. Scale that down, but not on the 3D cursor. We'll do it on medium points. And then, yeah, I'll just grab the top here and... This will be like the front post of everything. So we'll just do another array and kind of evenly space everything out. What kind of Blender user would you consider yourself? I mean, what kind of modeling do you do? I'm not quite sure how to answer that. I guess I mostly do hard surface modeling, but I have gotten into sculpting and stuff recently. I did another live stream on my YouTube channel. You guys can check it out over here. This creating a wooden character. That was using sculpting, so it was more like, you know, that kind of work. A less hard surface. This entire thing for today was all hard surface modeling, though, so I guess it just kind of depends on what I need to do. Let's see. We want... Oh, we'll do a little bit less. I think I prefer hard surface the most out of all. It's the one that I've been doing the longest. So it's like the thing that I'm always like the most comfortable doing. Okay, so after we do all of that, we're going to mirror this around an object. So let's go ahead and we'll have that array in there. So let's do a mirror. And let's mirror it around this object here. And it should just mirror it onto the other side of our wall. And then, let's see, we want some poles to go up, I imagine. So, we'll follow this kind of like effect that they have here. The annoying thing is the damn artifacting. What artifacting are you referring to? I'm going to take this, duplicate it, and then we delete all of the arrays. I'm just going to scale it up a little bit. Let's just grab this face here, and I kind of want a bit thicker of walls that we can take. And yeah, let's just go to top view here, and let's just map this out a little bit. So we want to have these walls with like, so 1, 2, 3, I suppose. Let's just do it this way. We're going to do it with an array because it just makes more sense to do it with an array. And let's make this an exact distance of 2. So that way it's the same size as the wall. And now I'm going to want 3 total. And it's just going to line it up where it hits that other side of the wall there. Great. But the annoying thing is the artifacting. What artifacting are you referring to? Inside of hard surface or... Okay. I might actually want to have one more, so let's do it that way. That works a little bit better. I like that. And those will all be windows, so let's work on the roof now. Or the top piece of the roof. I'm just going to duplicate this guy. We'll say P selection. Let's just grab him. Sometimes it's easier to just duplicate something. I'll just delete the array and grab the edge over here. Just have it go all the way to the other side. And Perfect. Now, if I just extrude this upwards. Let's just do it that way. We're going to extrude this. Let's create a piece like that thick, and then we'll extrude it upwards, and then scale that inwards like so. Awesome. Okay, and so there's going to be our little walkway. Hard surface. Search total gaming Minecraft cases that you can get an idea to make up to you. I see. Search total gaming Minecraft cases. Total gaming? Are you talking about like computer gaming? Oh, for new renders, I think is what you're referring to. Let's do another array here, and then instead of it on that axis, oh, whoops. Instead of it being on that axis, let's just make it on this over here, and just going to duplicate to the exact opposite side of the walkway. And same thing for the rest of this. Although, I'm just going to edge loop it to the other side. Let's do an edge loop to about here, and then another edge loop to about right there. And then extrude that upwards. And there you go. Now we got our this wonderful little walkway. That we can use. So honestly, at this point, we just duplicate this all the way to the other side. And let's just do the same thing for this guy. Let's just duplicate that all the way over to here and center that as much as possible. And there you go. Now you got like that nice little front piece to the castle. I like that a lot better. And this whole thing, honestly, let's just... Okay, well, let's apply our arrays. And then let's take all of this and just join them. And I'm going to probably join it to that. So that way it duplicates to the other side as well. And there we go. Now we got ourselves that kind of like walkway. You're taking the Blender Bros hard surface course to make your life easier. That's awesome. Or you could just watch my YouTube channel. But that's cool. What does the hard surface course entail of? Let's see if I can view this a little bit better over here. It's not bad, guys. We're just adding a little bit of detail at a time. I think that we're making our way. Making our way. Let's zoom out a little bit. Okay, so then let's build this thing here. Got some windows that we can add. I think we could also probably add some, poles and stuff like that on the top of the roofs here. So like adding like a nice little cylinder, honestly, isn't that bad of an idea. So if we do that, let's go ahead and change the rotation of this. We scale that down, rotate it. If we rotate that on the x-axis now, we could just try to, as much as possible, line that up with the this roof. Something like that, honestly. And that's just going to go off a little bit. Just have that go all the way to the top. And what do they have in between it? Oh, is it just that's all under the surface? So now all I have to do is just go in and add an array. Just line that up a little bit better. There you go. Okay, so then that's how you do a roof, I suppose. I kind of want this. Let's just grab this and just make it slightly visible on the roof. Yeah, I think that's good. And so now, if we duplicate this all the way over to this other roof, we can just add more. Fantastic. Okay, great. And then, honestly, the only other thing is just adding a mirror in. If you do a mirror and then you mirror it around like an object like the actual castle, that usually works pretty well. So let's just do that. Just do a mirror. Mirror around the castle. And that way it does it on both sides. Go ahead and save that. Yeah. So many little details, guys. Now we just have to do the kind of like front gate piece here. I think overall, let's see. Just add in another cube. Just paste that rotation from before. And then this time, I'm going to scale that down pretty thin. Put that to the front. And I'm going to edge loop the front of this. Let's see. How do we want to do this? Thank you, Okaisido. Slowly but surely getting there. I feel like this render was supposed to be a lot easier than I thought it would. Like, this turned out way more complicated than it had to be. Okay, that's all good. And we take this. And I'm going to go to face selection mode. And if we just select this whole number, we're basically just trying to select one ring of the wall. So we'll do that. And then we'll do P selection. And then grab it. If I go and unmirror it, can I just do it this way? It's been 3 hours. Yeah. Never ending. Honestly, you'll probably hear it in my voice too. I think I'm running out of juice. I'm a little out of practice. Let's move all of that up. So now if I go into here and I just select this one tower, move that up as well. That way this one tower is like higher up than the rest. What did I do? I think I broke my... So you're supposed to duplicate it, Connor. Then remove the selection. I think yeah, I did that backwards. So then you remove the mirror, and then now we go into edit mode here, and we're going to delete the extra top of the tower and shorten that section. Okay, great. Now we move this up, and that's going to be the top of our piece up there. Okay. For how long have I been doing Blender? Good question. I've been doing Blender since I was about 7 years old, I think. I don't know. Very long time. I started in Blender. I have the version installed. Actually might not have it installed on this computer. I think it was Blender 2.5. I think was the first version of Blender that I started on. And I was like about, I think 10. Something like that. Because I got into Blender because it had a game engine in it. And at the time, I really wanted to do game design. So that was what I did. And obviously, I mean, a little bit of stuff has changed since then. I now work in the film industry and, you know, I do that professionally. Oh, interesting. But yeah, Blender was the first 3D software I ever used. And it was back in the day when there really honestly wasn't other choices. I feel like everything cost money. Blender was free. I liked free. 10-year-old Connor liked free. Okay, that'll be the front kind of gate of this whole thing. Like that. We could add in some details too, honestly. We could add in some boards. Let's just go to the object here, change the rotation of it, of course, and then let's just add some details in. So if we scale that to be really thin, to be on the front here. You're 13, you started 2 years ago, you're revealing my age, but clarify how bored you were. I was, well, I'm 27. I just realized you asked how old I am, not how old I was when I got started. Picked up Blender again this year, mainly to do renders and see how it works for sculpting. Good use of your time. A lot better use of your time than some other 13-year-olds do with their time. Let's take this whole thing. I'm going to apply the scale of it. And if we take this and then just bevel the edges a little bit. Let's go ahead and add in an array now. And instead of it being 1, I think I might do 1.01 just to give it a little bit of extra spacing between each of the blocks. Now we can go ahead and add in this. And this will just, it's just nice little extra like panel boarding for the entirety of the wall here. Probably just duplicate it. I don't even really, I could change the amount of them, you know, but I'm going to take all of this though. Let's see if I apply the array now on both these guys and then just join them together. We add in a mirror. And we just mirror it around the wall here. Should just do it on both sides. You're just going to watch my channel? Well, thank you. I appreciate it. I've been away for about a month because I was out shooting a movie. The film I was working on was filming out in Georgia. And we just finished. We just wrapped. And I flew back on Saturday, so yesterday. And so now I'm back. I should be back for the next foreseeable future, but... and we're going into post-production now on it, so... And that should all be the front of that. Use Blender for, like, it's a game. Playing for 5 hours on Blender, it's fun. Yeah, dude. That's what we do around here. We play on Blender. I love to play on Blender. It's like the one video game where you can actually make money off of it professionally, right? Please stand up. Why would I stand up? I don't need to stand up. I don't need to stand up because I'm playing Blender right now. You're sitting for like 3 hours. Dude, I sit for way longer than 3 hours. Okay. I sit for like... Oh, maybe I shouldn't say. 8 hours? My Apple Watch is starting to stand up for me. Nah, dude. That's why you gotta like, you know, get the shakes in there. Stretch it out. Oh. I should probably get a standing desk, but I don't have one. And it's like at this point, I'm like too lazy to get on a standing desk, you know? Okay, and so this is going to be a stone material. He sits all day for his job. I'm a professional sitter. That's funny. Thanks, Ben. I appreciate it. I do stand or sit all day. Like when you do Blender, well, I mean, I'm a VFX artist, so like what I do for a living is sit around. Oh, jeez. You know how to make me feel so bad about myself here. Do I use any add-ons? I do have add-ons. I use the add-ons, you know? I guess some of the add-ons that I use is Human Gen, which generates people, which is pretty cool. Whoopsies. Yeah, I use Human Gen. I use physical star like atmosphere. I use a lot of add-ons. I do like me some add-ons. Let's go and add an array in here. Only because we kind of see that side of it, that I did something. Although theoretically, I probably should have this whole thing on this as well. I don't want to do it on the other side. Human Gen add-on, is it free? No. No, it's not free. Great add-on, not free. Let's remove the mirror on that, and then... just going to grab these guys here and let's see. That's all good. I might just duplicate it again and that way we just got it all the way. Nah, whatever. We don't care. Let's just take this whole thing and then rotate it 90. Oh my God. rotate it 90 degrees on the z-axis. That's good. And I'll just take this one and we can delete that. And honestly, just line that up roughly. Doesn't have to be super close. Mostly just outside of that whole thing. And there we go. We don't really care that it goes into the wall because we're not going to see into the wall. We're mostly just seeing this side. You are cooking Blender. RZ. Control RZ? What is Control RZ? I don't know what Control RZ is. What is Control RZ? Explain. Explain yourself. Because as of right now, no. The answer is no. I did not use Control RZ. Let's go to this side here. We're going to extrude that. So that way we've got some wall thickness. And if we take this guy and just extrude him all the way up. Check this out, guys. So now I've got an interior to this whole thing. I'm going to apply our mirror. And now, if we just add a window, which we could do pretty easily, all we have to do is just add a rotation here, and then we'll add an edge loop at the top, and then grab the top edge loop here and just make ourselves a window. Scale that far enough where it's going to impale the wall. I'm just going to add in a Boolean. And apply that. There we go. Now we got ourselves a window. I think that works. Just got to make sure that we do everything correctly in there. Press Control S. Save. Always do, man. Always do. Control S is my best friend. We hit that save button all day long, dude. Okay. The only other thing is I might want to, instead of adding the Boolean aft or add a mirror, let's do it this way. I'm going to keep that in there. Mostly want another cube. Ben, delete the first time I did this because this time I'm doing it with the Boolean. But yeah, we're just going to add it, blah, blah, blah. This is for the edit later, guys, okay? Now we've got ourselves a window that goes all the way through on both sides. But we still have our modifier of our mirror in here. So if I do this, I'll just do a Boolean, and then we're going to do the Boolean before the mirror. We're going to apply it on the cube. And then now, oopsies, if I apply that and hit delete, we've got ourselves a window. And the window is on both sides of the tower. Now, cool thing is, I can also just keep the cube here, scale it down, keep the cube there, keep the Boolean there, and then scale that down to whatever size I want it to be. And it will change the location of the window procedurally. So now I can actually grab this. Boop, boop, boop. Now I got 2 windows. Why do I have 6 people watching? I got 7. I don't know. Why do people watch? Why are you watching? I'm going to do an array also. This will be great. Do 0. We'll just move it down. Now I got windows, dude. I got so many windows. I do think, though, we could probably take this. Let's see. I want one window. I think it makes sense to have the windows further down, so that way it's like further up. Okay, so now we just apply the Boolean, and after we made all of our changes, and so we could delete those cubes, and so now it'll all be baked into our sim, or into our objects, rather than us having to do that stuff later. And there you go. You're a genius teacher. You have like more, at least like 100. I mean, I think eventually we'll get there. Dude, I streamed once to 0 people. No one was watching. Happens though. I mean, share it with your friends. That's all I can say. If you guys like the stream, then make sure to share it with your buddies, and hopefully that'll work out. Although, I mean, the truth is you know, I think naturally finding people is the best way to do it. I'm not out here trying to grow super fast or anything. So if people find my channel and they like it, then that would be awesome if you guys hit the subscribe button. I also have a Patreon. If you guys want to join that, you guys can download the project files. Let's do this. I'm going to duplicate this window over to this side. Yeah, I had 0 people once. The first stream I ever did, I had like 1 person watching that like joined, and they watched the whole time, and they commented and everything. And I was so excited because I was like, oh wow, streaming's easy, right? You know, first ever stream had somebody watch. And then the next time I live streamed, nobody was watching. And I streamed many times after that nobody watched. And you know, it was a long time before I actually had, you know, people watching my streams. I used to stream onto Twitch, which was a whole different thing. I don't know, you know, like it's a whole different thing. I think, it's like Twitch is more for gaming. And so I ended up swapping over to YouTube, because I just thought that more people would be interested in like YouTube, or more people on YouTube would be interested in like art type of content rather than gaming. And so that was like a change that I did. Let's do a Boolean as well on this. And as I said, it's all before the mirror, so that way it just like copies to the other side as well. For real, like me? What do you mean? Like only, what do you mean? Like 1 person watching? I don't know who it was that was watching on the channel, honestly. A long time ago, multiple years. Because I streamed a while ago, and then I started up again 6 months ago, and that was when I got the last 1,000 subscribers on my YouTube channel. Because for a while I was at like 100 subscribers for a very, very, very long time. But I didn't upload or anything like that. I never did anything serious. And then I recently started streaming a little bit more seriously, where I started doing it once a week at the same time. So every single Sunday at 1 p.m. Pacific Standard Time, I try to live stream, and I get out here and I do my thing. If people show up, then that's awesome. But I mean, still, I hit my days where there's no one watching, or there's only like a couple people watching. And but that's just how it works. So let's see, I'm gonna fill in these guys, and then if I grab this face specifically, let's see, I kind of want to bevel everything, so let's just bevel everything like so. So now we've got ourselves a nice wooden like kind of door here. What are you doing solo? No one was watching you. Dude, I was building a stream, man. I was doing it anyways. The great thing about YouTube is once the stream's over, people can still watch the stuff later. But I actually started doing this not actually to build a YouTube presence or anything like that. I actually started doing these live streams to give myself an excuse to create CG shots. And I wanted to practice making things look as photorealistic, or however, like practice lighting or whatever it was. I did that for that purpose. not for subscribers, not for viewers, not for any of that. All of that stuff, you know, kind of comes a little bit more naturally after the fact. And even still, it's like, should I have 100 people watching or not? I'm not doing it for the viewers. I'm not doing it for any of that stuff. I'm doing it because I want to practice doing Blender. You know, like you said earlier, it's like Blender's fun. I enjoy it, and I've enjoyed it my whole life. So this to me is just a fun little thing to do. And if people are watching, then great. If nobody's watching, then I would still do this anyways. Going to take this and we'll just scale this up. And then we'll just take that all the way to the bottom here. I'm going to apply the scale on this, and then inside of this guy, let's bevel it. Select the door and go to edit mode and select the front of the door and press I, and excess, press E and extrude inside. Yeah, well, inset, yes. I'm going to take this. What I'm going to do right now is let's grab this corner here, and we're just going to kind of like custom make. Like the panels on the front of this door. I think we could do it this way. Grab that side, and honestly, it doesn't matter if this is perfect. I do more sci-fi stuff like Simon Telling, not really fantasy. Well, I'll do. I mean, you could check out my previous streams if you're interested, and I do whatever is suggested. Join the Discord, by the way. Links in the description. Couple things for anybody new here watching. If you guys go onto my live stream that I'm currently at, and you go down here, you could see the Discord is right here. Please join the Discord. We also have a Patreon if you want to download the project files that I'm doing. As soon as this stream is over, I upload my project files to Patreon, and you guys can mess around with it yourself and render it out for whatever purposes you guys want. And it also helps support the channel. So just move that down. There we go. Now we got ourselves a whole front panel to this door here. You don't have one. All good. Oh, not an array. Guess we're going to want a mirror. We'll mirror it around the wall here. Although, actually, we could probably just mirror it ourselves, but if we mirror it on that, yeah, the actual door, I think that works best. Interesting. Okay, so we'll duplicate this and then get ourselves a whole other piece of door. I didn't know that we couldn't see. It's all good. There we go. Now we got ourselves a gate. Go and save that. Dude, guys, the texturing and shading in this is going to be insane. It's going to be insane. Although we've been streaming for almost 4 hours here. I think let's take this and then let's apply this. Let's see. And, oh, let's take this and then let's apply the scale real quick and then bevel it all. Let's move this all the way over to this other side here. I don't know why I messed that up, guys. The center is not the center. We could save that though. Let's see. Let's rotate this slightly, just ever so slightly, and then let's rotate this ever so slightly. That way it's just not quite perfect. It's not quite perfect, which is perfectly perfect. It's perfectly perfect when it's not perfectly perfect. Do I have the rocks plugin add-on? I feel like I did at one point. So like if you go to preferences, you can actually enable rocks. I think under add-ons, do they have, it's called rocks? No. It's not under all. If we want to add meshes, arc mesh, discombobulator, extra objects. I think that's what I want. And then under extra objects, they do have a rock generator. So under the rock generator, you can actually change a lot of these settings here. You can change the number of rocks. I just want one. You could change all of these other things. So river rock, asteroid rock, sandstone. They've got ice, fake ocean. I think I like the default the best for this particular rock that I want to do. And I just basically want to line up the bottom here. See you next week. This is autocorrect. Sorry. Nice to meet you. Oh, you got to go. Sorry, I missed all of your chats over here. Thank you so much for joining the stream. I'll see you guys next week. I'm going to actually take this rock now that we just generated. And let's see. Just going to add in new additional rocks. So all I have to do is just go here to another rock. And we're just going to line up the bottom of this here. Just nice. And overall, just kind of like creating a bit of a rocky base to this castle structure that we got. We can join all of these together as well. Just makes it a little bit easier. And once we add like materials onto it and stuff like that, that makes it a little bit nicer as well. So we're all just kind of add in some more rocks. Let's see. Here we go. And so we're going to just duplicate this guy. You're doing mechs and robots a lot? Dude, I always wanted to do some cool looking mechs. I've done some for like some freelance gigs and stuff, and they're always fun to do. I really enjoy it. It's just I don't do it as much as I'd like to. I do like some sci-fi. Some good sci-fi stuff is always fun. I've only done like I think 1 or 2 sci-fi streams. So probably should do another one sometime soon. I think the most I've done are castles at this point. Honestly, you can't even see the detail on that, so it's like kind of crazy, man. I mean, overall, I think the only thing we really have to worry about on this is let's just subdivide this quite a bit. Let's go ahead and save it, and we're gonna want to add a modifier in here. So let's add a displacement modifier into the ground plane, and I'm gonna make sure it's a new texture, and that new texture is going to be clouds. But this will be our own clouds that we didn't have before. So we could change kind of the scaling here. Why are there so many colors on my screen? This is just using the random thing. We can also just do material. It doesn't really matter. This is just so it's easier for you guys to see what objects are which. You know, because it can get quite messy very fast. Okay, with that though, let's go into our file here and scale everything down a little bit. And change the scaling of this to be a little bit smaller. Let's add in a subdivide surface as well, and we'll do that before the displacement happens. And I'll just increase that number of subdivisions a little bit higher, so that way I get that a little bit better. I think also the strength, we can also lessen the strength as well. It doesn't need to be anything crazy. It is supposed to be snowy on the ground here, so, you know, it makes sense to have some kind of amount of displacement, but we don't want to have too much for the most part. Because like right here, as you can see, this is our scene that we've already modeled so far. Just finding the right amount of displacement onto everything. Whoopsies. Let's change our view on this as well. There we go. So we've got like our ground, and with our snow kind of like mountains in the foreground here. And it's mostly finding the amount of displacement that we would really want to have. Our reference image, we can't really see anything off to the sides here because of the amount of cloud coverage that we have. So I don't think we have to worry too much about that. Now it's just going to be a lot of lighting and shading that we got to do, I think. And maybe a little bit of stuff at the top here, I think maybe. Blender is like a jack of all trades of 3D modeling. It really is. It really is. I'm not going to add any people in there. I think that's just a bit much. I think we're going to not do that. Let's delete the final array here. And just have this guy all the way at the top, so that way we've got something up there. I'm not really wanting to add too much detail right now, just because I've already done quite a bit. Okay. All right, guys. I think we're getting close to getting into lighting and shading. It's been a long road to get to this point, but this is our shot so far. This is our scene. Obviously, we just have our camera over here, and we're only viewing it from this angle. But one of the things that we can do, if you guys get the project files yourself off the Patreon, you can move the camera wherever you like. But from this camera angle here, I think we're at a good distance set up. Let's see what it looks like. Let's get into some shading here, because we haven't done anything as far as that's concerned, and we've already been streaming for 4 hours. Whew! But I think I'm pretty happy with how everything's turning out here. Let's see what kind of materials we're gonna need. So lots of kind of like stone materials and then wood materials, I think, is really what's gonna help us out here. So let's go to Polyhaven Textures. We got like a stone wall already. Probably use that stone wall. No, it needs to be more like cobble. I like this. Gray rocks. Although that's pretty nice right there, actually. Honestly, the scaling, I think, could work with this. Yeah, let's do this one. Let's download this guy. I'm going to save it over into my live stream folder. Today's date. Go ahead and save that there. Let's see what else we got going on. So we'll want some wood. Let's go look at all the wood. That old wood is not bad. I might go for this. It's kind of like planks. Download that to our materials folder as well. And then honestly, everything else is just snow. So I think maybe we find some snow. I'll just download this snow material here. Okay. It's looking good to me. And then rock. I think rock is the last thing I need. Some kind of like real mountain rock. Oh, what does the wall look like? Is it just ice, right? This wide angle. I'm basically was looking for this rock here. If we can find something that kind of resembles that a little bit. Like that dark gravel type effect. Maybe it should be under terrain. Though this might do it. Yeah, and then we'll add the snow effect on top of it. Okay, great. And then the only other thing, honestly, is lighting. I'm just going to, for the sake of this, let's just use an HDRI today. I like this guy. Let's download him. Although he is a little big, but whatever. Okay, great. Now, we'll set up some settings here. We're using GPU on our cycles. And let's go to our world property settings. Let's change this to environmental texture. And we can load in our HDRI that we just had. So we'll go to Drive D. We can find our projects. Where are we at? Live stream. And let's go to streams. I don't know why I'm literally blind today. Live stream. Streams. There we go. Date. Make it a little bit easier. And then find our material folder and then just select that guy. So now, if we load that in, first time viewing this in render view today. Okay. Yeah, a little bright. Change the strength of that to be much less. Also don't know that I am a fan of it. Guess I want it to be a bit darker, right? Yeah, I think that overall is pretty nice. And then let's do this. I'm going to add in another mesh. I'm going to add in another mesh. Like a landscape. Scale that guy up. I think I just crashed it. It's okay. We will make do. It's fine, because I just saved it too, so I'm not too concerned about how much data I lost there, but that's not fun. Let's see, I did 0.2 for the HDRI. I think I didn't save it after adding the HDRI, so I'm probably going to have to re-add the HDRI. Yeah, strength 0.2. Let's just do that. Let's go to render view here real quick just to see what that looks like. Take a second to load, and then I have to add that mountain back in. So the idea is that I want to have a mountain off screen. I'm going to re-add a sun in just to create that shadow as if the castle is in shadow, and the top of the kind of like this is in light. So that's what I'm going to do there. Okay, that's good. Let's go ahead and just get out of render view so I don't freak everything out. Let's add in a mountain now. So we'll just add in a landscape. And we'll just scale that guy up. Now this mountain, we're not going to see. It's going to be off camera. Something like over here. If we go ahead and save that now, and we add in our cursor over here. Will you do after the stream ends, take a break, or just fall asleep? I mean, it's only 5 o'clock here. So, you know, it's not super late. So I usually hang out with some friends or something like that after the stream is over. One trick you could do is instead of going into render view over here, we could turn on shadows like I had before. I think that might work. No, I don't think that interprets shadows correctly. But yeah, after the stream's over, I usually probably get like dinner, and then I'll hang out with some friends. And yeah, I mean, it's the end of my Sunday, and then tomorrow I work. So it's usually I'll just chill for the rest of the day. Okay, so with the sun like that, I can rotate it, and what we're going to want is a little bit more shadow for everything. Just kind of like trying to get this overall shadow here. I don't want too much detail, I think, with the shadow, but... Okay. And now this thing... Yeah, we're just going to kind of like line this up over here. And then our sun that we have, we can kind of get that top piece a little bit. And there we go. So now we're going to have like kind of like that top of the mountain catching the light a little bit. Great. Okay, so we'll go ahead and save that. This will be kind of like our lighting setup for our shot here. Everything else is a little bit in the dark, whereas the top of the mountain is catching a little bit. Maybe even a little bit more. I might even grab the sun and just make the fade a little bit more so that way it's not so harsh on the lighting. So if we change the angle to be, I think, a little higher than the blur is a little bit more so on that to like a 5 maybe even. Might even do like a 3. Yeah, like that. Great. Okay, well, we'll save that. I might increase the intensity of the sun as well, but I don't know by how much. And a lot of that's going to be dictated by what the materials look like on the actual stuff that we do here. So that's going to be all off screen. Let's go ahead and organize some of our stuff, because you'll notice we got so many objects inside of our collection here now. Let's create a new collection that we'll call lighting. And in our lighting, we can drop our mountain inside of that. So if we just grab this landscape and then just drop that inside of lighting, I think that'll do us better. We can also grab some of our actual lights and throw that in there. So like our sun. I don't think we have any other lights in there right now. Sometimes I like to create a new collection called camera. And then we'll just drop that at the very top here. And then just grab our cameras that we have. I also have a focus that we can grab. Place that inside a camera as well. Anything to do with the camera I like to place into like one specific area. And then all of this collection is just layout. This is basically our entire, it's everything to do with like the environment. Right? Like, you know, our ground, our building, our everything. We might want to have inside of our layout the castle versus the ground. But I just froze my blender. Your username indicates how much you like sci-fi. True. You scare me with my collections. Why? What about collection, or what about my collections scare you? Okay, so inside of my layout, I want to have a new collection inside of that layout, and we'll call this one environment. And then I'm going to go into solid view here so that we don't crash my computer while I'm doing all this stuff. Inside of this, I'm also going to create a new collection, and then we'll call this castle. Let's see. I want specifically this ground piece here, this plane, to go under environment. I want all of my rocks to go under environment. And let's see. Technically, the wall can go under environment. And then everything else, this whole shebang. Oh, except for these landscapes. So let's just grab all of this stuff and we move that under castle. And we got all these bolts, torses, everything. Just grab all this. We're going to put that under castle. And our torses, let's grab those and then put that under castle as well. So we've got landscapes, those go under environment. So now we got everything slightly organized. Yeah, I know. That's what I'm trying to clean up right now. So now I've got all of my castles environments under layouts, and then we've got our camera. This will allow me to find everything a little bit easier than what it was before. So let's go ahead and save that. And everything under my lighting, let's turn this on. We're going to turn on viewport display. We'll turn on all of this stuff. We're going to make this stuff over here, like this specific object. We're going to do indirect lighting only. So that way inside of my render, I would never see it even if the camera was behind it. It's only going to be there for shadows. It's never going to actually be rendered as a beauty pass layer. And everything under lighting would fall under that. So if I added any flags or anything like that that's going to cause like specific shading, shadows, or anything like that, then I don't have to worry about it. I'm going to create a new collection also called effects, and we're going to be using this quite a bit later. But yeah, so our shadow is still in there, and that is just happening off screen back here. So go ahead and save that, and we can get into some more shading. I think the first shading we're going to want to do is this big wall, because that's going to change a lot of how the rest of the environment looks based off of what this looks like. And then we can kind of work our way down the wall into the actual castle area, which is really unfortunate. We can't actually see any of all that detail that we added onto the whole walkway system, but I guess it is what it is. I mean, you know. And then once we're done with all of that, we can add in some actual fog and stuff like that for our effects layers. So I think that's the game plan. Let's first start out by adding in our ice wall. So we'll go into our material here. We'll hit new. Just call it ice wall. And let's do a vertical split here and then go into shader editor. And we should have our assets downloaded. So let's do that real quick. Let's go to Drive D right now, find our projects, and go to live stream, streams, today's date, materials, and we've got all of this stuff. So the first thing we're going to want to do is find our, what material did we decide on for our wall? It's going to be like a big ice wall, right? So we might just go straight to the snow. You said I would do the shading off screen? I don't think I'm going to do the shading off screen. I usually do it on live stream. And then I think, I can't remember, is it Control A or Control B? Control T. Okay, well, it's something. But we're going to go ahead and start adding in all of our materials here. So we have our diffusion layer, which we're just going to drag that over here. We have our displacement that we're just going to drag there. Our normals, our roughness, and our translucent layer, which I'm not going to actually use the translucent material. But you said you'll do the shading off screen. No, I'm going to be doing this all on screen, on stream. On stream, on screen. So let's move this over here. So the first thing we can do is we can add our diffusion in. And that we can already see what it's doing. Now that's using our UV for our objects. And we can actually change this to be generated if we want it to be. So that way if we have any UV issues, we can actually generate it to be on the object. Or even the object sometimes works even better. But I'm going to be using UV. My only concern is that the scaling is completely off. So if we change our value to be something higher and plug that into scale here, we can adjust the amount of basically layering that we're going to be doing for our entire object here. The other thing that we're going to want to do is we'll go into edit mode on this object and then make sure you select everything and say smart UV project. If you've got very specific UVs that you want to grab, then I would do it that way, but this is very basic. See you next stream. Hope you're doing have a good day. Hey, thank you so much, Cyberdex Gaming. Thank you for joining the live stream. And I will see you next time. But for this, now all we have to do is just change our scaling to be the size in which we want it. The problem that you're going to run into is that you're going to get a lot, it's going to feel very, very, very duplicated. And that's because we're using the exact same rotation and location and like everything for all of these pieces. The bigger an object is, the more you're going to see tiling take place inside of it. And that becomes really evident when we use this exact same mapping for all of our other objects or our other maps. So if I look at roughness, this one should be pretty clear. You're going to see a lot of tiling inside of here. And if we use something like a not a curve, but we use a color ramp. Put color ramps into this thing. You're going to see how much tiling that we have. Now, we don't want that much tiling. So how do we get away from that tiling? Well, we'll just look at the displacement, so that way we can see exactly what we're doing here. I'm going to probably use, we can do this manually. There are add-ons that can do this stuff as well, but I'm going to just do all of this manually. So first of all, let's look at a noise texture here. If we drop in a noise texture, we can create a pattern on the wall that is procedurally generated. And so I'm going to use this noise texture to allow us to have different vectors in different areas. So if I use a color ramp on top of that, we can, just tighten this up a little bit. I actually like the amount of black that we have there. We're just going to make sure that the white value is a little crunchier. And so that way, now we have A and B versions of the same texture. So if we go look at this again, so now we have our displacement that's going to be tiled everywhere nonstop. We can take this whole value and we'll do a mix color. The mix color is going to take this value of A and placing it inside of A to be a single material location. All we have to do is now duplicate our exact mappings that we have there, duplicate our diffuse here, plug this into the vector all the way up here. We can change our rotation, for instance. So if we go actually look at this, let's just view this new diffuse that we want to do. If we change our rotation on specifically the z-axis, that's going to give us a different rotation of where everything is at. We might want to change the scaling slightly for this second one, and also change the x location of it. And so now if we plug this directly into the B, and then we plug our noise texture that we had created, and we plug that directly into the factor, now we're going to get two different values that are multiplying on top of each other based on how much we want to see. So I'm probably going to have it be somewhat fade off like that. So that way when we get this, it'll break it up a little bit more. I think that's already quite a bit better. You can see that it's breaking it up a little bit more and it doesn't feel as copy paste. We just have to do this a few times. Now, I'm not going to use a mix shader. Instead, I'm going to build out an entire material here. So we'll just plug this into a roughness. So let's just view our principled BSDF that we have here. And then we'll turn this into a normal map. And then we'll plug our normals into the color of that. And then plug that into our normals here. And then our principled BSDF should update based off of that information. And let's see. It's all looking pretty good. I might actually change the scaling of this to be a little bit smaller. One of the things we can also do, by the way, is that we could add in a color ramp and change the black value here to be a little bit brighter. And so that way you have just more of a snow texture that's going throughout. And then, of course, let's just also change this to be more blue. Let's do like a mix color here. And so if we mix this on top of some blue, do like a multiply, I think that might work. I don't know how blue we want this. Might want a little less saturation. Because like the specularity also, let's see, we'll plug that into displacement. And then let's do a math node and take that and multiply it. against like a higher value. And then honestly, we just take the same vector that we had before and plug that into that. We'll keep that noise texture up there. Let's just delete this for right now. We can bring that stuff back momentarily. Okay, and that's our displacement. Okay, so that's not working for us. I'm thinking we're going to want a little bit more sheen to this thing. So taking this color ramp here, and then taking, I think, a mountain texture that we had. Let's go find that real quick. So that's a rock wall, lichen. Let's do this one. Let's use this as our displacement. And I'm thinking we add in a new texture coordinate afterwards. We'll use this with a multiply of like a higher value just to get that rock texture on there. And let's search for a value node that we can scale everything on. Now, that's probably a little bit better in size. Let's go ahead and save this. The other thing that we can do with a lot of these materials is that we can go down here and change under settings, change it from bump only to displacement and bump. And then that's going to give us a little bit more area to work with. That's pretty good. I like that. So now we can actually scale this up a little bit more, maybe. I like that, actually, that material. That's pretty nice. So that's what we're using for displacement. And then I can take, let's see. Let me take the normals of this and then actually use this. So if I take the same vectors and then I plug this into our normals here. Oh, and then I need to take, actually I need to plug this into our normal map and then have the normal map plug into normals. And then this is just our vector information for like the rock material, not the ice material, because those are two separate textures that we're using. Oh, let's see. That does not look very good, so let's make some adjustments. I think the displacement that we're using here, let's just look at that real quick. I like this, but I want it to be, let's see, we've got the rock, we got the diffuse. Let's look at the roughness. Let's see what that looks like. I want to take the black lines and I want to make them white. So that way it's got a little bit more of a glisten on it. So if we add a color ramp into this, what does that look like? Okay, that's pretty good. I like that. I want to see if maybe there's a way to like use this as a paintable object. So let's try this. Because I think because of the massiveness of this object, it needs to be hand painted. So if we go in and let's say we add in an image texture and we say new image texture, and we say 824 by 8024 is what I want to do. 8024 by 8024. Something really large. And it's just going to be a big black kind of material here. And we'll call this rock roughness 01. Let's create a new image. And we're just going to view that image on our material here. And then we'll go into texture paint and hand paint what we would like to see. So let's go ahead and save. And if we go over to texture paint, and inside of texture paint, now we've got like this big old wall here, and then we're going to want to make sure that we can view it at all times. So I'm just going to set our end viewpoint here for our end clipping to be a little bit larger. We've now have this big black material basically on this wall, and we can hand paint this to be whatever we want. You can see over here what the UVs are in relation to the actual object. And so honestly, if we just drag our paintbrush over here, it's just going to hand paint using our paintbrush onto this object over here. And then we can use that later inside of our shader editor to get exactly what we want. But when we hand paint, you'll notice that it's very bland, right? It's not, high quality. It's basically like the most basic kind of like material. So here's what we're going to do. We're going to go into this thing, and then we're going to create a new mask, a new texture mask. And there's a bunch that we can import. I actually have like a bunch of default ones already in here. I actually don't know how I got these. I couldn't tell you how I got these. Is this me? I must have done this. I was just going to say hit new. We're going to hit new. We're going to go over to our new texture that it just created over here. And we're going to call this rock imperfection. And from our rock imperfections, we're going to change this to image or movie. Yeah. And actually, I'm concerned right now that I just broke something else. That's got a texture there. Okay, wait a second. So I went in and I created a new texture. Let's just double check to make sure I did this correctly. I hit new. It's called texture 3. I'm going to go over to my checkerboard over here, and I'm going to select texture 3. And then on my selection of texture 3, it's got image or movie. So now we're going to hit open. And I've got a surface imperfections pack here. You guys can grab this as well. It's over on the Patreon. But this is going to have all sorts of different types of imperfections that you can use. So I'm going to find something that works really well for this particular object. Let's do, actually this residue one looks pretty good. I might actually do this residue one. Hit open. And so now I've got like this residue texture that we've got going on. And all I have to do is find that roughness material that I had earlier. And under this ice wall here, I'm going to paint onto it. Let's make sure that my settings are correct over here. I am viewing rock roughness 01. Now all I have to do is go back over to texture paint. Looks like I just froze it actually. Good old frozen blender. And then we're going to hand paint using that new texture that I just loaded. So I loaded in texture 3. Make sure under texture that this is actually deleted. We don't want anything on texture. And so now if I go ahead and paint, you'll notice that it's painting with a texture. The problem is that it's all over top of each other a little too much, and it looks like I am basically painting or like tiling it way too fast. So what we're going to do is select rake here. I'm going to select random, and then I think that should all be good. So random angle, just scale that up a little bit. Now we're just going to paint in from whatever angle we want. I could probably just use this camera angle over here. We're just going to paint in the area in which we want to have this rock material to exist. So use a little bit more creativity and then just kind of like paint. It's a little laggy right now. There's a lot of vertices that it's calculating as it's doing this. And then this is an easy way of making sure that what you're doing doesn't feel like it's tiling too much, because this is not tiled. This is all hand painted. So you can't tile something that's hand painted. It's pretty good. And then let's just get a lot of up here. Get like the top as if it's like a little bit rougher on the top, or you know, gotta have some kind of like a character to it. A little bit here as well. I'm fine with it kind of being everywhere, because the idea is that it just isn't too much of the same thing over and over and over again. And just have a little bit more build up on the bottom of the entire wall. Okay, and then let's see, let's just clean that up a little bit better there. A little bit more over here. I don't want it to feel too patchy. A little bit here as well. Okay, great. So that's pretty much done now. I mean, that was pretty fast. Let's go ahead and go into here. We'll say image, save, and we're just going to save that. We'll save it under the VFX material folder. So once that's saved, let's go back over to our layout. And it should try to view that texture now. Let's see, once that loads up, great. And there you go. That is pretty nice. So now we're just viewing that roughness itself. We can actually plug this without any UV like object changing or any of that crap. We plug this directly into our actual Principled VSDF. So if we go view our Principled VSDF, it's pretty much blue, just kind of like everywhere. But we have our own roughness that we're going to be using. So let's plug this guy all the way up into the roughness of our object. Once it does that, that's pretty nice. You'll notice that there's quite a bit of slickness inside of the ice as well. I'm going to kind of use this actually for the overall kind of like blue material. So let's do a mix color as well. Plug that in all the way at the very top here. I'm just going to make that very white. And then if we plug this roughness that we just created directly into the factor of that, it'll multiply that color, the areas that we want it. Rather than having everything kind of blue, we're now going to get in some white in there. So all we have to do to adjust how much of that we want to see is we can add in a color ramp and just plug that in right after that. And the more white that we get on this color ramp, that mask is going to use more and more of that secondary color. So now we've got like quite a bit more blue kind of coming in there. I'm just going, or less blue coming in there. And then I might just make this a little bit grayer so that way we're not seeing too much of that come through. And that's already giving us kind of that more frosted, white, cold effect that we wanted on that entire mountain face. Let's go and save that. And now these dark kind of like displacement maps that we're getting in here, that's all coming from this guy. So, oops, that's all coming from this multiply here. The less that value is, the less our displacement is going to be overall. So we can actually lessen that by just doing that. We can actually get rid of it completely also by doing that. I don't know that we want to get rid of it. We might want to have something in there. I'm also thinking that the overall scaling of like that snow, that's looking pretty good there. Let's go ahead and let's just delete that. We'll keep that clean. Our displacement that we have, though, we can actually use this to multiply other colors on top of it as well. So that's all going into our displacement that we have. Let's see. Let's add a color ramp in. And of course, the more we remove, and then we can use this in conjunction with another noise texture if we wanted to. Drop that into the color ramp and then, you know, increase that and then make it a little more contrasty as well. So we'll do a mix color. Let's see. Let's grab this guy and then let's make it black wherever it's not. And just go ahead and view that now. So now this is going to come in. I think maybe we just even do it like that. There we go. So now we got some scratches that are kind of coming in like very specific parts. So we could use that actually as our displacement. I think if we plug that directly in displacement, that could be pretty cool. Plug that into surface now. Okay, let's let that load. Use a math node also, and then use this to multiply it to get like a smaller value maybe. Then overall, now we're going to still get those streaks in there, but they're not too overt. Might try to increase that a little bit. Might be actually too much. Kind of like the overall effect that's happening there. Okay. And let's see. I think there's a bit of subsurface that we're going to want to have in here as well. And then overall, let's see, let's change the... slight metallicness to this, just to give it a little bit more of like that kind of like wet, icy effect to it. Might actually pull that back slightly. So I have a displacement, but I don't have a subdivide surface after the displacement to smooth out some of the heavy wrinkles on there. So I might want to do that. A little too sharp sometimes. Might actually want to change the scaling of the effect that I was doing on here, because now that makes it look like it's a lot smaller than it's supposed to. So we can go fix that as well. Let's see. Our roughness texture that we created here is... we can always bring that back a little bit. A little less white all over the surface. Then I'm kind of wanting that blue to be a little bit darker than what it currently is. So, let's see, that's all happening right here. We can always adjust the amount of darkness that it is here. So that way it's blending in a little bit more with the original blue color. That's pretty cool. I like that. I really like that, actually. And then we're going to want this whole ground to have a material as well. So let's go ahead and add a new material here. Call this ground. Let's see what we got. So we've got this rock that we added. Let's go ahead and get the displacement of it, normals, and the roughness. And we can start plugging all those in. A lot of this is like the scale is just so massive that, you know, we might need to make some adjustments accordingly. It's like the value here, let's just make that a little bit larger for the scale of it. And it's okay, we just need to roughly get the scale right. It's just such a big amount of terrain that, like, you know, you need to make sure that it doesn't look like it's duplicating over and over and over again too much. And then over here, let's go ahead and plug all this down in as well. So this is going to go into roughness, and then we can just plug our mappings into all of the materials that we have. And we'll plug this into the displacement as well. Now, this is just the ground texture. We're going to want snow on top of the ground. So we will need to do that. Easy way to do that actually is by adding another, we'll do a noise texture. And we're going to change this to the Musgrave option, which is change the FBM to our terrain option. And if we view that, we can see how much is going on here. So we need to have a good amount of snow. A good amount. So let's change the scale of this. To be much larger, actually. That's all good. And then we'll make sure that this is like a color ramp, and let's just multiply the white a little bit more so that way there's not so much gray. And then we're going to take this, and we basically want to take our snow material. So if we create a new principled BSDF, and we take all of the materials that had to do with snow. So let's go back over here to our snow texture. And we're going to find the diffuse, our displacement, which actually we don't need right now, our normals, and our roughness. And we plug that all into this new principled BSDF that we have. Should do decently easy right here. Let's add a normal map in. Plug that into that. Plug that into normals. And then now, with this color ramp, let's do a mix shader this time. And using this color ramp as our FAC. And this is our secondary material. We can plug this guy into the bottom shader and then this guy into the top shader. And that should give us two different materials to play against. One will be the snow that's going to be on top, and then the other which is going to be the stone that is underneath it. And honestly, that's already pretty good. But we can make it a little bit crunchier so that way our snow appears to be a little bit brighter. Or actually, we would have just a little bit of more snow that's inside of there. And that is how you get snow on top of your regular terrain that you have. From our camera angle, it looks great. Obviously, we can adjust all the settings to make it a little fadey a little bit more, or whatever it is. I think we're going to want to see what that looks like. I think that looks pretty good. I would also go into our settings here and not do bump only. We'll do displacement and bump. And that's using this displacement plugging into it. Let's see, what does just the snow look like? Just the snow is not really bright enough, so let's go into here and then use a RGB curves, and then we're just going to brighten everything up a bit. It might be our normal maps that is bringing it down. But overall, I kind of want the overall snow to be a little brighter. You see that? That looks a lot better. Let's also add in our own coordinating system. So we'll just add in a new texture coordinate with a mapping and then a new value node that we can plug into the scale here. And that should change the overall amount of tiling that we have. So let's do that for both the displacement and the roughness. If we change this value to be a lot higher, that's looking a little bit better. I do kind of want it to have a little bit of an emission though. It's snow, so it should be a little reflective of light, right? Just plug that into the color. The strength might be a little too high. Actually, no, that's quite perfect. So now after our mix shader, it will only have the snow in the areas in which we want the snow, and then the stone in the other areas. So let's see what that looks like real quick. That's pretty good. I like that. Let's go ahead and save that. Our diffuse that's getting plugged into here. I'm thinking that we're going to want to use an RGB curves as well onto that. So let's just increase the stone material to be a little bit brighter. It's just a little too dark. Great. And now that blends a little bit nicer. I think we're going to want that to be a little more greeny. We can do that. So let's go into here, let's change this to hue and saturation, and then let's go view it. We're just going to view this directly. It makes it a little easier for us to make our adjustments. We don't have to wait for as many things to computate. And then change our saturation, or well, our hue value here is all we really need to change, and we're just going to try to find the green hex. Which I think that's probably a little bit better. Yeah, that's already quite a bit better. I actually probably wanted to go a little further. A little more bluey. A little more blue-greeny. Yeah. Maybe one more. One more! Yeah, that's probably fine. Because we're going for that kind of like icy, under green kind of a feel to it. So now if we go back to our mix shader, it's going to have that in all the areas in which the snow is not. So that's already feeling pretty good. I do like that quite a bit there. Okay, so now our terrain that we had, we could probably actually even select that onto here. So let's just select ground, see what that looks like. Like right here. a little frozen. Wait for that to unfreeze, and then we're going to hit that save button real quick, man. Let's go ahead and hit that save button. And then I think it's frozen right now with the viewport over here. So let's just see if I can get that fixed. Basically trying to take that same ground texture that we just created and then place it on there. I think my whole computer just froze, actually. Basically trying to take that. Go back to camera view. Oh, geez, that looks terrible. I might want to go just with the snow, honestly, on it. So if we just viewed the snow, it's probably what I'm wanting. Oh, damn. Forgot. My bad. Oh, no. God damn it. So what I got to do is make a new ground material that's specifically for these foreground, like mountain, please. Can you save now? I did save. I saved. I saved. Now it's frozen again. What I'm going to want is these guys right here to be only the snow, I'm thinking. Makes it a little bit easier. Frozen. Might actually close that. I don't know, man. We're frozen. My viewport didn't update, but that's fine. Go back to solid view here. I don't need to see what I'm doing. I know what I'm doing. Okay, so this ground that's here, we're just going to duplicate this material now. And then after it duplicates, this will be like our foreground mountain materials, and we'll just call this FG Hill. And this stuff is just going to plug directly into surface. And then this one right here, FG Hill. Let's go ahead and save. Save again, and now let's go ahead and put that in render view, and that should only be snow. Gonna let that happen. Be right back. I'm gonna go to the restroom while I'm waiting for this. Okay, I'm back. All right, so we got our snow in the foreground. I don't think I'm a huge fan, but we can make some adjustments. Okay. So first of all, let's go into the saturation here and change the hue back to 0.5. And then this is all on the FG Hill stuff. Let's also change. Let's do a couple things here. So, firstly, if we go to material view, everything will load a little bit quicker, I think. And I'm going to want to use our normals inside of the scene to try to just get the tops of the environment. It's going to load everything into our material preview real quick, just to get everything. But by the way, we'll take a moment here just to say this, but if you guys are new here, make sure to hit the subscribe button below. And then if you guys have already subscribed and you guys have any friends that might be interested in knowing about the channel, make sure to send it their way. Get them to subscribe. But that's a little shameless plug. Let's go ahead and add in a normal. If we just add in a normal, and then we go in and we add a texture coordinates, I think is what we could do. Let's see. If we just grab this guy, we just basically want a texture coordinate is all we really want. Okay. And if we take this and then we go into here and we do, let's do color or mix color. We're going to do, instead of mix, let's do something like I think if we do difference, and we plug this normal into A, and then this normal into B, sorry, into the factor, and then we set that to 100%, we should get is only the stuff facing like a specific direction. So let's use a hue and saturation here, and then turn that all the way down. And if we do a color ramp, we can get somewhat of a snow coming from the top of the material view. So we're going to use that to mix between our different values that we have here. So we already removed the saturation or the hue back to 0.5. I'm going to make the saturation here like a 0.3, maybe less. If we go view this principled BSDF, this is our kind of like rock texture that we just created. Let's go ahead and use this new normals as our FAC. So now if we go view our principled our mix shader that we have here, we should have all of the snow on the top, and then we should have dirt on the sides. So we'll be doing that instead of using our noise texture that we created earlier. We're going to be using our normals to basically be pointing it in the direction that we want it. So now if I go look at that in render view, let's see what that looks like. You notice that this one is very much more blue than this one. I might actually want this to be slightly less blue. Might be a little too blue. A little too blue. Just let that load now. A lot of our lives is just waiting for the computer to load. Imagine a world in which the computer loaded instantaneously. I can't. Although who knows, maybe with quantum computing, that's going to be the big thing, right? We're going to be actually able to do everything we want to in CG like instantaneously. As fast as your brain can imagine it. Just have to wait. I swear Optic X is not much faster. I don't think it's, maybe it's faster. I don't, with more waiting today for it to even load an image than I have previously. Yeah, no load times, just instantaneous. Let's plug this into the normals. I think we're missing our normals right now. Yeah, the stream's lagging quite a bit. Might have to... Oh, it crashed. Did I disable chat? No, chat's not disabled. But you're chatting anyways. You probably sent that a long time ago. I just saw your message. But we crashed. I gotta figure that out, Ben. Getting Discord messages at the same time that I'm streaming. Because what it does is like it doesn't pop up at all because I'm in stream mode. So it like does it to protect me. Okay, here's what we're going to try to do. So this is using, once this is in, can we put it on like, there we go. Go to preferences. I don't know if this is, oh, it's using CUDA. Okay, well, we'll see. Let's plug this into normals. Let's go view this. Let's save this. Well, I thought it was using OpticX, but it wasn't. So I just changed it to OpticX. I have a feeling that maybe that was the issue. I don't know. We're gonna find out. I've used CUDA forever. Ever since they added CUDA in, I've been using CUDA. So today is the first day that I guess I'm testing it out where I'm not using CUDA. But also I have a feeling, I mean, I don't know. This whole scene might be really heavy. That's very possible that the scene is just too heavy, guys. Might have to take this to my work computer tomorrow and then just like finish it up there. I don't know. I'm hoping that I can just finish this. The problem is that I've been spending a lot of time at the end of this stream just waiting for it to load the shaders. Which it looks like my thing froze. I think my thing froze. Yeah, we're back now. Kind of back. We're a little bit back. I see myself jumping over there. I'm jumping. Yeah, guys, I think maybe the best bet on this is I'll upload the project files if you guys want to mess around with it. Tomorrow will finish up the image on my own time off stream and then just upload the final image and those project files to the Patreon as well if you guys want to mess around with that. But yeah, this is a little rough. It's a little rough. I might need a new computer at some point for these streams. Because it's like a lot of just waiting for this. I got nothing. It's not displaying anything here. So I didn't think this was too crazy of a stream. We're building a wall. That's it, guys. It's just a wall. It's the amount of displacements though, so that like the ground has like a super amount of vertices just for the snow. The wall has an insane amount of vertices for the ice. There's a decent amount of topology in the building. The building isn't that crazy, honestly, just because it's just building materials and mostly just cubes with like a little bit of a bevel to them. Yeah, I mean, and then we've got like a super amount of vertices on both these terrains back here. That might be what's causing the lags, guys. Might be what's causing the lags. I don't know. Right now, it's not even loading the image. Which is kind of unfortunate. It's just a wall. It's just a wall, guys. Nothing crazy. It's fun modeling it. It's just, I wish we could get it to render. Honestly, I really like the detail we added over here. That we haven't even gotten to shading it. It's unfortunate. It's unfortunate. God damn. Go back into render view and hopefully it works this time. Don't be silly on me. It's not paused, is it? Pause preview, pause all viewport. No, it's not paused. It's just not loaded. Maybe, did he did say it would take a while to load OpticX, so maybe that's what the issue is here. It's loading it for the first time because I was potentially using CUDA before we crashed. Because it did crash. Remember, it crashed while I was modeling. Yeah, there we go. And then when I loaded it as OpticX, but then that was the last time. But at least right now the stream is not lagging. True. You guys get to see me in full high quality. Well, actually, I don't even know. It's this webcam. I also got to update the webcam, so that's going to happen. That will happen. Just hasn't happened yet. Let's work on this a little bit. I think we're not too happy with the rocks. Yeah, let's take a look at this rock principled BSDF thing. I think that's our big problem right now. Another thing we could do just to save on like a lot of this stuff, we could just turn off the wall. We could turn off the wall, guys. Imagine that. Yeah, I'm not even happy with how that shading turned out for the walls. So it's like I gotta change, I gotta fix. Oh, frozen. Unfrozen. But I'm not even happy with how that wall turned out. I don't think the wall looks that good yet. I think we. Oh, okay, here's the thing. I know we can fix the wall in comp. Nope, we crashed again. We crashed. No, I know we can fix the wall inside of the comp, so I'm not concerned about it. I just I'm not happy with how the shader currently looks. I think it's going to take a bit of like compositing, glowy type effect to get the ice to look better than what it currently looks like. The one thing I really want is it doesn't feel like the scale's right. I think that's the one thing I'd really like to fix on it. But yeah, this rock in the foreground, oh my gosh. This rock in the foreground here is not working for me. So let's go here. We'll go to layout. We can turn off everything to do with the castle. Okay. Actually, even better. Let's separate the environment into two collections. We'll create a new collection here. We'll call this wall. And we'll create another new collection called FG. And then these two wonderful guys, grab both these and put them into FG. Grab all of this and move it into wall. So for wall, just disable that for a second. And we will only work on these guys here. So maybe that'll make loading things a little bit faster. So let's go into render view again. This time, we're only going to be looking at all of the stuff you could see right now, rather than the ground and the wall and everything. Because that, I think, was a bit much for us to be computing. Oh my gosh, it still takes forever to load. Is it loading in CUDA? It is. Holy crap. Why does it keep going back to CUDA? Well, I made a boo-boo. I made a boo-boo. There we go. I made a boo-boo, but it's okay. We fixed the boo-boo. Let's go back to solid view and then back again. Let's save it. No more boo-boos. And now we go back into, maybe you need to save. I probably do need to save. I thought preferences automatically save, but maybe I'm wrong. Because I noticed that the many add-ons thing that I turned on, like the additional objects or whatever, is the car horn. The additional objects is no longer on the thing. Okay, great. So now we got this. Let's mess around with it. First of which, we probably want to add in a normal map. We're going to just plug this directly into our normals here. And we're frozen again. As usual. It wouldn't be a live stream without being frozen, right? Okay, there we go. Plugged in. Plugged in. All right. That's quite wonderful. I'm telling you, it's quite wonderful. Now that it's plugged in, let's go view the principal BSDF because this is the only material that matters. Okay? The rock texture. And it's not correct. It's probably because the scaling's off. It's okay though. We can make adjustments. Once this is viewed, which it's currently not, because you can tell because you can still see snow in there. I'm wondering if this is the optics thing, because holy camole, guys. Like, it is frozen. Honestly, I've been trying to shade for the last... Let's see, I think at 5 o'clock I started shading. It is now 6:17. And we are still on, like, we did the wall, and then now we're done the ground. That's it. Oh my gosh, dude. Oh, no. Looks cool, though. Ish, right? It's just frozen. I'm frozen. We're all frozen here. Okay, we're just... Okay, here's the thing. We're going to go back to solid view here. Let's just fix our problem. Holy crap, dude. Oh my god. Crash, crash, crash. How hot is my computer running? Honestly? Not bad. Let's load this up again. I swear, dude. We just call this modeling and crashing. That it's not build a scene. This is not Blender build a scene. This is Blender modeling and crashing. That's what we are doing today. Oh, it wouldn't be a CG stream without crashing, would it? Let's go to our preferences here. It's currently set up to CUDA. That's fine. We're using CUDA. We're going with the flow. Let's go over here to the render view. Let's get this thing going here. Let's see if it runs a little better at CUDA. Because the OpticX didn't update. I think that was it wasn't updating my materials quickly. And then when it didn't update things quickly, I broke it. And then because I broke it, it crashed. So it's not my fault. It's not. It wouldn't have been my fault if it were done correctly, but it wasn't. Oh my gosh. All right, come on, let's load. I really thought, I mean, I've done some crazy streams before and I have not had these issues. It might have been because since I was away for a month, I left my computer on for a month. That might have had something to do with it, but I doubt it. Like, I think I should actually blow my computer out on the with like an air canister or something like that. Probably would do me good. Let's change the scaling here for our rocks. I think that might be part of it. It's hard to tell, especially when the 1 is not returning. Wow. This is frustrating. I don't know. Everything's just frozen. Oh. Everything's frozen. My weakest skill in 3D? Waiting for it to load. My weakest skill. Probably like UV. So doing insane UVs, not something that I'm like not something that I'm like really good at, is doing like proper UV unwrapping. Retopology, haven't done too much of that. And any crazy kind of rigging. I've done rigging, but like I'm really basic with rigging. Like I've gotten into creating the inverse kinematic rigs. Like I can do that stuff. I've built like spiders and like robots, like that kind of, those types of rigs. But I do think like there's a good amount of rigging that I haven't done. And, you know, and I think that is what I'm trying to say, is like, there's a lot more to rigging than what I have shown myself to do. And, that's what I would say. Probably rigging in UVs. I think that would be my answer. Rigging in UVs, final answer. Wow, we are frozen again. I was just unfrozen. I don't know why this material looks like this. It might be the normals, honestly. I'm going to look at the scaling, though. So what I'm trying to view is just this roughness here. Which for whatever reason, we are freaking out right now with the... We're just turning off the viewing of it. That might make it better. I don't know. Instead, it crashed it. Ah, it crashed, guys. Again. Why are we still here? Why are we suffering? I don't know. I don't know. I think here's what's going to happen. I'm going to probably pause here for today. And yeah, I think I'm going to pause here, guys. This is it's a little late. I usually like to be done around 6 o'clock. You know, 5-hour stream is a good stream for me. So I think this is where we're going to pause for today. This is the model that we created so far. We spent a good amount of time over here on the castle building some of the insides and whatnot. I think we could change our camera view to be a little bit different than what it currently is, because I want to see more of this elevator than what we currently are seeing. Like, we've got all this great rigging and like chains and stuff like that. I think it would be really cool to get like a camera angle from down here. I did add a second camera, so if we go view that real quick, it's this angle right here, which I think is pretty cool. And who knows, maybe we will do that. But for right now, this is the camera rig that we do have. If you guys are new here, to make sure to hit the subscribe button. We go live every single week to try to build a CG scene from scratch. Sorry that I couldn't finish the stream this week. I guess we'll be continuing it next week. And you guys can grab these project files. They will be live immediately after this live stream is over. Grab the project files. They will be up on the Patreon. So the Patreon is links in the description. If you guys go to the YouTube video that's currently playing, and you just scroll down, you'll see a few links that I'd like to point your attention to. First of which is you guys can join the Discord right here. Join the Discord. Discord is great. You guys can share your own stuff that you guys are working on. If you guys have any questions or need any help with anything, you guys can also ask those. I would also encourage you guys to share your work in progresses and any projects that you guys are working on. And then if you guys need help with anything, let anyone know. Maybe someone else can help you guys with a project. But then also, if you want to download the project files, you can grab those project files here. On Tuesday, we will be doing a VFX compositing stream. So, I realize you guys can't see anything I'm doing here. Here is where you can find the Discord. Just scroll down. You guys can find the Discord here. And then, of course, you can download the project files right there. And if you guys get the Patreon, it also just helps the channel out. It's a great thing because you guys get something out of it. I get something out of it. It's for both of us. But again, join the Discord. Love to see all of your guys' stuff. Thank you guys for joining and chatting and hanging out for the last couple hours. It's been awesome. And we will continue this stream next week. There's still quite a bit that we can get done on it. I'm not happy with the materials overall. And there's a good amount of shading that we need to do on the outside of this castle here. So there's a good amount of stuff that we could still get done, but we'll be back Tuesday morning for another live stream. It'll be a compositing VFX stream. So I'll see you guys there, and you guys have a great rest of your weekend, and peace out. I got to figure out where the end stream button is because I haven't done this in like a month, but I'll see you guys later. Thank you. Bye.